Hello again everybody and welcome to Fallout 2, and this is the foyer only run. This is my second attempt at it because I kind of goofed the last time I did this because I accidentally punched Horgan. It wasn't really something that was necessary because as I'm sure you'll see, flares are actually quite powerful. I just ended up standing too close to him when picking up my flares, ran out of them, and accidentally punched him. I know that was actually necessary, but I guess that means I'm gonna have to replay the entire thing again. There's not much I can really say that I really don't know what exactly else I can say about that. Let's see, I guess we can decrease perception. We can't, sniper doesn't actually affect flares, so I'm not too interested in perception. Either way, we're taking finesse and gifted. Finesse specifically because we're going to be relying on pretty much flat damage from perks anyway, so the base damage really doesn't matter for flares. But flat damage increases from perks will matter, more in particular the living anatomy. Anyway, I will say I did certain things in my last series that I will not be doing in this one because they just took way too long, especially the Wanamingo mines. I may give that to my brother to upload just to highlight how terrible it is. Isn't that it can't be done, it's more just the excessive time loss, because you have to effectively walk over and pick up flares whenever you're in a dark area so you don't accidentally waste them, because you will lose most flares at the end of most areas. Anyway, I'm really not too concerned about these ones. Speaking of which, the door we still do need to blow up, so if you want to call that a fail, then it's a fail. To be fair, I'm not really too concerned about whether or not people consider doors to be enemies or not, but for the purposes of these particular playthroughs, we're allowed to use the explosives on any type of locks or doors. Anyway, we got high enough speech so we can just talk this guy down. Alright, and after talking down Cameron, we just enter, skip cutscene, get our money so we can free Solik. I could also save Smoke, which I think I did in my original playthrough, but honestly, it's only under experience, and I'm not overly concerned about it. Either way, probably the biggest thing we gotta do in this episode is get the jet cure, which should be simple because we got 8 intelligence and all we need is pretty much 1 level up, so we should get... Yeah, we will. Let's see here. What was I doing for that one? Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, I did attempt a 1 action point challenge, but it ended up being something I effectively had to sneak through most of it. I might come back to something like that, but I really don't know. Anyway, we have quite a few things we can actually collect to sell here. Probably most notable is in this building. We have a magazine, which I think is about 425. Also, I think this is where we get our flares, or is that over to the left? Yeah, I guess it's this bookcase over to the left. And there we are, our first weapon. Ideally, we should be able to sell the skill magazine for it, but let's hear. One of those should work. There we go. And we can talk to Solik and free him and get our first level up, I believe.
We be giving this to Maida.
Okay, there we go. And let's see, we can get some more experience by talking to this guy here. And that's 150. Isn't that I can't deal with most of the quests here, although I will say with the small stockpile of flares that probably wouldn't be too good of an idea anyway, but either way, now let's go to Vic's house and get his equipment. Come to think of it, I don't think we actually get any experience for saving Vic. Outside of talking them after the fact. So we're off to the den. How much money do I have? I have 46. That is not enough. It is definitely going to be pretty useful. Now let's hear 40. Close enough. Now let's see here. I need around 200. Now let's see here. They're wait enough for the ghost to be here. No, apparently not. Okay, we'll wait for that. Ah, there she is. Why you gotta be in a weird spot? There we go. And because I got over 200 apparently, I just saw that. I guess I'll get started on Becky's quest. Is it Rebecca? I honestly can't remember. Either way, more flares here as well as another skill book. I'm pretty sure all she needs is 200. Technically, I think we only need 50 for 150 if we're paying the majority of it. Now let's see here, where is Fred? Hopefully this is him. Oh, I guess it's Rebecca. Oh, wonderful. Anyway, we can go over and deal with this quest. And we should be able to have enough to pay this lady to get, what, 350 experience? Not too bad. And we need to get the lavender flower, wherever it is. Alright, let's go on a scavenger hunt. Hopefully it's here. Nope, of course not. Of course it would be way up there. Alright. Now let's see here. It's in an oddball position somewhere here. I don't think I saw it anywhere else. Well, that's unfortunate. People's probably already seen it, but I just can't find it for some reason. Oh well. I may as well talk to the farmer. And let's see here. Ask about the haunted house. Alright, and we can just travel to the west side. Back to Smitty here. And he gives you stim pack, so that's not too bad. What's here? We need about 725. Alright, and we should get this next level up after burying this whitey. What's here? I think it was the second one from the right. What's here? We need that. And we are taking quick pockets. As soon as we get enough stim packs, we're effectively unkillable because we're going to have the ability to attack up to 8 times a turn even when we're using stim packs. I have no idea where the lavender flower is. Oh well, I need to bluff my way into this area. Okay, 700, 500, okay. 1,075 more. I did say that right? Yeah, I did. Ah, there it is. I knew it spawned in the graveyard somewhere. I just wasn't entirely sure where exactly it was. Now it's here. What's your permission? There we go. Alright, and we can turn in the lavender flower. There is way in my original playthrough I actually went around and dealt with a she in Chinatown. As well as their main base in San Francisco. Just to highlight what flares can do. Now that's it, I'm not going to do that for this episode. Especially, actually, I'm probably not going to do it for any other episode other than that one, just because of how absurdly long it took. And the main reason was because everyone who was disarmed just kept walking around picking up the flares they was using. But either way, 300 experience, not bad. Now let's see here, I have, what, 7 flares? We're going to have to walk around a lot in Broken Hills, because that's our main area to get flares. I'm also probably going to skip the Raider base. Isn't doable, it's just going to be a very big drain on flares. Or potentially big drain. Honestly, in my original playthrough, I don't think I used any more than 6 flares in that area, but it just took a long time. Anyway, one of the main problems with flares is the fact we need to make sure it's daytime before we actually do any fighting, because we do not want to wow, my throwing needs to be much higher. Then again, I also want science to be up. I'm going to be dealing with a Richard Wright scenario though, so that's probably not too big of a problem. Let's see here. How many do we need? So I just say we need at least 71 with this intelligence. That said, I also know there's a big book that's science, so I guess we're going to be using that. And as you can see, we knocked him out on our first 3 hits. Now my main concern is actually getting those flares back. Even if he does get up, he's disarmed anyway. Okay, there's the flares. Most of them, I should say. I know I missed one, though I very much doubt I'll... up there it is. As long as I don't have to walk through that door, I'm pretty sure the rest of these ones are hostile. Either way, we did get a 10mm, so that's not bad. Keep in mind that with 10 action points, we can theoretically attack 10 times a turn, with high critical chance. Honestly, I did this particular setup because, well, I wasn't intending to go to the NCR for the Zeta scan. I was intending to go to San Francisco for that. Now, that said, let's not bother sugarcoating the point. We do not need power armor early. It is just something we don't need. Now, that's it. If I do go to San Francisco, I'm probably just going to get the location of Navarro, leave it for later, and probably the Zeta scan, but really not much else. Of course, let's not try sugarcoating it. If we run into anything with any type of burst weapon whatsoever, we're pretty much dead. Which is exactly why I'm stopping halfway. These things we can just run away from because, you know, the likelihood they're going to actually keep up with us is just low. Although I will say there is a strange thing where sometimes we don't get experience for insta-kill criticals. That's especially true in the Wanamingos, with the Wanamingos, but I also experienced that strange phenomenon from that one Morak guarding the watch in Modoc. Now, ideally, we should be able to rest until there is some kind of caravan to New Reno. Because once we get to New Reno, we have a lot of experience options. Probably the most useful for my purposes being Jet and the Jet Cure, as well as Richard Wright's death. Now let's see here, I need to make sure I am disarmed. And we are not dealing with the Wanamingo mine. It's just not worth it. Not to mention, I had a lot of real big problems trying to get the experience from the Wanamingo area. I really don't know why. It just didn't register that it was actually cleared until I left the area several times for some reason. Anyway, not really much else to do around here until we get enough experience for the sheriff's quest. So I guess we're just waiting for the New Reno area. Now let's hear it. This one, New California Republic. I could do Vault 13 early, but I'll just wait until New Reno. Let's hear. If that is the 11th, New Reno, I think, should be the 21st. I'd rather go to New Reno than Vault City just because of, or Gecko, just so I can get the Jet Cure earlier. Alright, and hopefully okay, New Reno, there we go. Now we just got to save load until we actually get there. Or we could just get a rather easy scenarios where we just walk out of the area and don't actually have to fight anything. That is why we can't use them in dark places, because if they decide to do that, and we lose anything that's wet. And also, we can't deal damage to these aliens in particular. We can cripple them and we can kill them, but with critical hits, but other than that, we are not going to actually be able to take out their health. It doesn't help that living anatomy does not affect them. I will say I almost goofed, seeing as I also didn't actually re-equip my flares. Not that it mattered, seeing as I had to reload anyway, but okay, we successfully made it there. If there's a slight pause, then you know it's just going to go right to the city. Okay, now we trigger the dialogue with Jules here. Let's see here. I'd like to say it was a Salvatore family. He mentioned the stables. And if I remember correctly, by him mentioning the stables, it should be... Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, there we go. Right there. Which is good. Okay, now that we got the stables unlocked, okay, just a leaf bug. I gotta be very careful because there are wasps around in this time of year. Either way, we can trigger the dialogue with Mr. Wright. After talking to Chris Wright, who is right up here. Alright, and we have to go in, speak to Keith Wright. And let's speak to Orville. And we can talk to Keith again. And we should get 500 for examining this area. Okay, there we go. And that's another level. And we also need to go to Gimme here and ask him about this jet. Okay, that's 500 more. And while we're here anyway, we may as well stop by the Salvatore's bar. And talk to Mason here. And he'll let us in. And we can effectively take everything here. Including a laser pistol. And we are never going to meet this. And we're never going to actually bother doing this. I mean, mostly because there's a locked door which we can't get through because it takes, I'd like to say, probably 40 lockpick, and we just don't have that. Honestly, I don't know if I'm going to include the Broken Hills mine. It's a dark place where you got white flares. Actually, effectively everywhere in the where the ants are in Broken Hills is considered a dark place. And Renesco here actually does sell flares, so that's good. Alright then, that is 1,000 experience. What's here? It's 4 o'clock. We're gonna wait until noon, and hopefully by the time we get over there, Eldridge will be at his counter. And we can offer him to get a laser pistol. Alright, and we got 500 experience for selling the laser pistol to him, or rather giving. And there, I have one more gecko pal, don't I? Yes, I do. Okay. Two of them actually, but either way, I'm just getting that because we're not going to be fighting through Vault 13. Make no mistake, it is possible, but it's just a huge time sink. Not that I did in my first playthrough, just because I knew that would be a huge time sink. It takes like, what, 51 hits with Living Anatomy to take down a Deathclaw? Isn't that you can't do it? Matter of fact, most things are usually going to be too disabled and crippled to even fight back before they even get a chance to take their turn, for the most part, but especially Deathclaws, it's just not worth it. Okay, another level up. Honestly, I don't even know if I should go and grab the equipment from the new Reno Arms. I guess I could. Yes, for selling material mostly. I mean, I still need to stockpile flares, which is probably the biggest problem, actually. Speaking of flares, there's some explosives. I'd like to say there's a gun in one of these shelves. And also supposed to be an Easter egg here. Honestly, I don't think I've ever gotten it though. It's supposed to be next. Oh wait, it's right there. If I remember correctly, that was supposed to be a companion at some point. They just never programmed it in. Either way, that's about it for the state of New Reno, so let's go and get our cured figured out. Let's see here. I'd like to say we need at least 71 Alpha 82 before I do anything. Okay, and we talk her into giving us the badge so we can go see Myron. And we can take pretty much everything in this area. And now that we actually need most of it, I mean those syringes we can pretty much throw out.
That's so. Why he... Why? You wouldn't understand. It's way above you. Yeah. Well, I've forgotten more about... Oh, how quaint. Nice try. No dice. Cute, right? You'd have better luck convincing a...
Okay, 2,000 experience for that. Not too bad. And all we gotta do is get to Vault City. Let's see here. Actually, I might be able to fake my way through the test with some Mentats. Either way, we need to go to Broken Hills. And here's Frank Horgan. The most powerful antagonist. You know that because he has the power of ignoring censorship entirely. Either way, we need to go to Broken Hills. I'm just gonna run from these guys. It might be different if I actually had better criticals and could instantly kill them, but right now they're not worth dealing with. Not that I'd only fight them in the daytime, because if I tried doing it at night, I'd just lose way too many flares. Speaking of which, Broken Hills is definitely the best place to actually get flares at. And that's mostly because of this lady and that one guy who runs the caravans. Sometimes you can stock about 10 of them. Where's all the flares you got? One, of course. Either way, I'm going to ignore most of these quests we can do here, just because most of them take us to dark places. Ain't no mistake, you can go around all the ants, but honestly, I'd just rather not without power armor. That said, we can get some experience just right inside the cave, without actually triggering in combat. Because we can grab that, we can talk to this guy. And I believe that's 1,000 experience and went there around 1,250 for actually turning this in. Of course, I think you need 1,500 to actually do that. And while we're here, let's talk to Seymour the plant. Let's see here, how much more experience do we need? Actually, just one of the miscellaneous tests from this guy should actually give us what we need for a level up. Right there, 5. Next level will be 6. Alright, agility. We can do that, right? Okay. And right there, I believe I selected bonus move. Now that said, more criticals, technically speaking, could be better. Yeah, I think for this particular playthrough, I'm just going to use more criticals. Once we get better criticals, we're going to be disabling and insta-killing a lot of things we hit. And while I was in my first playthrough, I did select bonus move in particular. And what's here? We have uranium. Let's check to see when exactly these guys leave. I don't know whether I want to, I may stick around a while and get flares, but let's see when exactly they'll actually leave. Alright, it's 21st. Well, either Gecko or Vault City would be optimal. That said, I think we're better off just waiting a while. Because I do need to restore my flares anyway. Alright. Alright, what's here? We got that, and I guess we can do that 5 times for, I think, 500 experience. Okay, there we go, and let's see here, we got that and that and that. I could deal with the mine, but I don't know if that would really be time efficient. Either way, let's wait, let's say 5 days. It's gotta be daytime for this lady in particular to sell things. Okay, 6 squares, not bad. 918. I will say that very oddly, this guy actually didn't actually seem to restock every now and then in my last playthrough. I have absolutely no idea why. Oh yes, that's right, I can also deal with this. I don't actually need to talk to him. I think I can just go over and use science on this. And that's 1,000 more experience. I might just wait until it's the 21st again before moving on. Because I need to make sure I do have enough flares to actually fight things. What's here? I do need dynamite for MODOK. And that I don't need that. Let's see here. We have 41 flares. Please note it does not include the one in our active inventory slot. And we might stop at 11 just to see where exactly 11 will take us, because if it's Gecko, that's ideal, because then we can trigger the quest to get the part they need before actually going to Vault City. I don't think we ever used lighters, actually. I know that there was a cut quest involving using lighters, but I don't think that's actually in the base game. I don't think I actually need an electric lockpick. Okay, and total is 51. Not too bad for a start. Okay, I guess Gecko is the first, so we could only go to NCR, I think. So I guess we're going to wait until 11. That's it. I don't think I actually have any sewing material, because I'm kind of running out. That's it. I guess we'll stop in and see what exactly they do have. And they got pulse grenades, and that's really about it for selling material. I don't mind getting rid of them, seeing as they got to get enough of the flares to actually use anyway. If I could also get the car, that'd be ideal. Alright, 21 is what we're looking for. And we should be able to get to Vault City. Okay, and that makes 73 flares. And we should be able to get a ride from a caravan over to Vault City.
Chosen.
Absolutely nothing. The main reason why I'm skipping combat is actually because even if we do successfully win the one we're at, it's possible we can run into something like aliens or centaurs or floaters, which we just can't deal with at the moment.
Chosen. 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 Chosen.
Wow, that cutscene is really not helping things. I was hoping that the cutscene would trigger.
Chosen.
Oh, do I really have to wait until the first just because
Chosen.
this guy's cutscene wants to play?
Chosen.
Yeah, that looks like what we're gonna have to do. That's annoying. Oh, well, that's fine. It's only 10 days.
Chosen.
And I would recommend using the caravan just because it's a bit faster. Not that I'm going to complain too much because Gecko is the ideal place to start in. Yeah, so we can get that particular quest line done. Okay, there we go. Only 200 for that. Oh well, I didn't really do anything. Anyway, we can go in, talk to Harold.
Hello there, smooth skin. Wow. Well, they'd always shoot ghouls on sight.
Okay, there we go. And with that triggered, we can get the object they need to fix it. I guess you would call it an object. We also have to talk to Gordon over there. And we can also speak to Percy and get the Woody quest unlocked. Okay, and I think that is the main quest that are actually in this particular area. And we need to go to Vault City. Alright, we do not have a rat away for Charlie, though that's important. $800 for this guy. Alright, 250. Alright, we can get the doll from over here. It's here, and we can put all our chems and alcohol and such over here so we can get into the city. Let's see what we got. Beer, hat, and yeah. Actually, I think those are the only items we have that we will do that. And to think of it, I don't think the jet canister from New Reno actually counts as chems. Anyway, we gotta wait till morning. Go to customs. Now let's here take off our armor. Now it's here, we can talk to this information center guy to get some bucks. And we go to the Servant Negotiation Center and negotiate for the release of Joshua. I want to say I'm running a bit short of money at this point, so I'll increase speech a bit. I'm not that that's too big of a drawback, thing as I need to talk that one guy into blowing up the Enclave base at some point anyway. Okay, and now we need to speak to this in McClure. You know, if I actually had some Mentats, I might be able to pass the test and bypass some of this, but oh well. I know that Lynette carries some, but I don't feel like going to take it. Okay, there we go, and we can get the part. I also need to talk to that one guy into fixing the power plant himself rather than going in and doing it, seeing as they don't really have radiation equipment. Yeah, we might be able to get an easy 500 from this guy. Okay, that's an easy 500 experience. We have to go to the amenities office. Uh-oh, overloaded. I think I can read some books. Okay, I better get out of here. And we can get a wrench as soon as this kid starts dialogue. Oh, okay, you already did that, I guess. Alright, let's go fix the power plant. And to think of it, I gotta stop by the shop first just to get rid of some weight so I can actually pick up the cards, don't I? Or do they actually need weight? I think they weigh a pound each. Alright, we need to go into the reactor building. Go talk to the technician. I guess you would call him a technician. Was it the bookcase or the locker? I guess it was a locker. Okay. We got a yellow one. And we, yeah, I guess we will need red eventually for the optimization. I will say I'm glad that this hasn't actually crashed yet. And then for the actual installation, we're going to have to convince this guy. I can probably run through it, but yes, you are. And we have 2 more levels until we actually get our better criticals. I'm pretty sure that's a level 9 perk. Let's see here, before I will forget, I believe we need to talk to him to actually get the optimization data. And we can leave and deal with that, as well as getting the jet cure, which is going to be very useful. And we gotta make sure it's daytime so we can get in here. Alright, and there we go. We're now assessing and we can get our jet cure. That said, we don't actually have jet right now, because it is left in the library case, or bookcase I should say. Alright, and that is 2,000 experience. We should be able to get another level by optimizing the reactor. Yeah, what there? Did I ever read those other books? I think I did, yeah. On its way, I think there's a tool in one of these areas. If not, I can get it from amenities. I would have enough strength to whip that if I actually had my jet on me. Oh well, I'll need to come back anyway for the implant. For the implants that we can learn from here. I don't really have the doctor skill for that. Okay, and we got the optimization data. Alright, there we go. Let's see here, this one has flares. I was gonna say that'd be bad if she didn't stuck. Like those. Either way, well, I am burning through money fast. I'm going to hope I have enough for the car. Usually this isn't a problem because I got enough sewing material. I really don't know what happened for this particular playthrough where I don't have enough. Either way, we should get our super toolkit. And there, I need to lift the chair away. All that. Bear doesn't actually weigh anything. And we need to deliver this optimization data. You know, this is actually going so well, I may actually do Modic in this episode as well. And that I have absolutely no idea how long it's been. I wouldn't be surprised if it was over 2 hours by now. Anyway, there we do need the red one, and we need the optimization data. Yeah, I never opened that door. Alright, another level. With any amount of luck, we should be able to go to Modic and deal with some quests there. I'm just probably gonna run past the mole rat in that area where the watch is. I would put... Yeah, I guess I could do that. Okay, well, I guess our new goal is Modic, which is about halfway to the den. I know that this particular series is going to go awful slow at the start, but I guarantee you it gets much better as soon as we get better criticals. In fact, I might end this undergoing back to Redding, seeing if they can go over to the den. Nah, I may directly after telling Carl and Woody to go back. I don't know, I haven't really decided yet. Again, this is a re-recording. Alrighty, shows us where the ghost farm is. Hopefully this quest actually does work. Come to think of it, I did during my 1 action point challenge. I went over here and talked to him, and I don't think I could actually get to activate. I don't know whether it's some kind of karma check or what. I just don't think I actually got it to work in that particular episode. Either way, we do have dynamite, so we can blow up the this area. Yes, we are allowing explosives for areas like with locked doors or event-specific areas like this. We are allowed to explode these things. And really the only reason why I suggest entering combat is mostly because if you have enough action points, you should be able to get out without it insta-killing you. Assuming the thing works, it should have destroyed the entire area. What, were they just not standing in the right area? There we go. Now that said, I think I'm probably just going to run around this mole rat just to get the watch because I don't want to waste flares. Just wait for it to come to me because I can outrun it. Unless it traps me, of course it would. Well, I guess we're doing this now. And this is exactly why I this is exactly why I don't actually want to do the Wanamingo mines again. Seriously, it was absolutely awful and I had to pick up my flares so I wouldn't be wasting any more of them. Well, say you can insta-kill rats without better criticals, but I'd rather avoid doing that. It's because I don't feel like save loading unless absolutely necessary. Okay, and by doing that, we should have enough action points not to get trapped. Again, we can outrun the thing, so I'm not too concerned about it. Also, I don't think this one actually gives us any experience. At least last time I took it out with flares, it didn't. Which was actually a very big problem when I did the Wanamingo mine. Seriously, it was really annoying having to take out over a dozen Wanamingos and not getting any experience for them. Technically speaking, I think all the experience I got from Wanamingos was 70 from the eggs. That's about it. Speaking of which, the eggs actually do have a unique knockdown animation where they appear broken, but that's rather odd. Okay, 1500. And what helped him with his rat problem, but I also had a bit of a problem actually getting that to trigger the fencing up as well. last time I did a foyer only run, so I guess I'll skip that. I mean, it wasn't overly difficult, but it was more annoying because they couldn't actually get the dialogue to confirm you cleared the area to trigger for a while. Anyway, we need to investigate these things. I'm pretty sure there's a way to actually get into the area without getting knocked down. That's it, I honestly can't remember where it is. Okay, as long as I'm not crippled, I'm fine. Alright, and we can talk to Johnny, who's over here. Alright, after talking to Carl in the den, and after talking to this guy, and after examining the quote-unquote bodies, we can go back to Joe. Was that his name, Joe? In Main Street and give him the message. And that's free 500. And I think we're going to get our level 9 as soon as we return Johnny to his house. You know, I kinda changed my mind. Actually, that would be a good way to fetch it, by dealing with Metzinger. I never gave him the part. I never got the part for the car. That's fine. I gotta go back to actually speak to Woody anyway, or Percy, I should say. I knew I was forgetting something. What do I need a rope for? Honestly, I'm drawing a blank. I mean, outside of the well here, I can't actually think of any. Oh yes, before I forget, let's actually get better criticals. We got 62, so that is not bad. And we got a 24 critical chance with better criticals, with the ability to attack up to 15 times a turn. Keep in mind that all we need is one to potentially insta-kill a target for the most part. Most targets can be insta-killed by critical hits, outside of Deathclaws and Horgan. I think those are the only two real exceptions, though. So we'll just highlight how potentially broken this particular thing is by dealing with Metzinger in the end, because, you know, I'm gonna be there, and so I may as well do that. And then, I don't know, Brian and Redding at some point. I don't know, I've been jumping around quite a bit. I'm more, I'm kind of disorganized because this is a re-recording. On the plus side, we might actually get our equipment and money from, what was his name, Fred? Yeah, it looks like he has all his clothes, so... That said, I definitely don't have enough room to carry that around, so what's here? I guess I'll put that right up here. I don't think anything actually disappears. Well, I guess we're gonna put that right here. That we get the car anyway. And I'll just leave that there just to highlight where exactly everything is. Oh boy. You know, I wish I actually had a rat scorpion tail. That would actually highlight things much better. Regardless, let's save Woody, talk to Carl, and then deal with Metzinger. And that's 1,000 experience. Let's see, we need about 7,545 more. Was I reading that right? Either way, we can talk to Carl over here. I'm under experience, not bad. Then we can rest until it's daytime. And we'll deal with Metzinger and his group. Right there, the jet cure is right here. No one wants to turn. I don't think that one's gonna be able to fight back. That one's unconscious. Dead. Unconscious. And keep in mind, I have the capability of attacking up to 15 times. Right, the only real annoying part is that I gotta manually walk over and pick up flares. Actually, my biggest concern on that one is actually the burn barrel. Yeah, maybe I should start over here. I would have continued that, but if there's effectively anything in the foreground, I don't think I can actually pick up my flares then. So I guess I'll start on this corner and start with this guy over here. I didn't actually increase my volume. Wow. Oh boy. That's the biggest problem with flares. We gotta make sure we have enough of them so we don't accidentally punch anyone. I will say I'm not getting too good at luck this time. That said, these ones seem to be kind of stuck on the wall. Okay, there we go. Alright, not too bad. Oh no, am I not going to be able to... there we go. Did someone actually try firing at me? Yes, I think they did. Oh boy, they hit much harder than I thought they would. Alright, and there's 3 of them dead immediately. Alright, how many more foils do I have? Okay, I got a very good amount actually. I gotta be careful with Metzinger, he's got a shotgun. Alright, and there goes Metzinger. Yeah, I kind of figured that was this guy's time to go on. Alright, and I'll pick up flares while waiting for this guy to come in. Or rather out. Or he's not. Okay, and that should about do it. Now I gotta pick up all these flares. Actually, I think something like this might have happened during my my last flare playthrough too. You just start randomly talking. Alright, we got 37, so I need to pick up about 20 of them. Really, the only problem is if and there's something blocking the general area we can actually reach, because if anything blocks us between us and the flares, we won't be able to get them back. That's it. I did need to use a few stem bags, but overall not too bad. And probably the biggest problem with flares, it's hard to actually tell where exactly they landed. That said, I think I might have lost maybe 15 of them or so. I think I started with around 70. In fact, let's check to see how many I did start with. 74, or rather 75. I got 2 of them in the active item slot, I think. I lost about 15 of them. Alright, and that is 1250 experience. Yeah, last time I did a flare challenge, an enemy actually ran in, and apparently this rug actually blocks the from actually picking up flares, which is kind of annoying. That's it. I wish I could actually figure out where exactly the rest of them are. Either way, I guess I was going to end it directly after doing this, but you know, I may as well go to Reading and get ready for the next episode. Speaking of which, we can actually get some money from Rebecca. Also, I got rest of the jet debuff. As I said, not too bad. You know, I might be able to win if it's daytime. I'm not trying it if it's nighttime. I disabled that one's arm so I can't actually use the two-handed weapon I got. Okay, and that's all of them. Let's see here, I started out with 56 of them, I believe. I used, what, 30? I wouldn't mind grabbing some more sewing material, so I can get some more later, but alright, and I think we got the rest of our quarters back. Alright, I guess I'll end this episode as soon as I sell off some stuff I have. Hopefully this vendor restocked. If not, we'll go to the doctor. I need to turn in the jet cure anyway. Okay, well then. Okay, so not too bad. I guess I'll end this off by giving the jet cure to Painless Doc Johnson. And then I'll probably need to do the sheriff's quest in the next episode. Either way, next time, hopefully we'll get enough experience. Actually, we only need 30 for our next level, which is not bad at all. Hopefully we'll get enough experience to get Living Anatomy, which is going to be extremely helpful. Either way, I will end this episode here. That being said, it's probably been going on 3 hours. I wouldn't be overly surprised. That's it. I hope everybody enjoyed it. So, everybody have a good day. Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Fallout 2. Viewer discretion is advised. And this is part 2 of try 2 of my foyer-only run. I did attempt to record last time. Unfortunately, the game crashed because, of course, it would. It will likely be an easy fix, though, mostly because of why it crashed. Because you see, I actually left here when I was engaged in combat because I started actually lighting flares when the time of day decided to get too dark to actually do it without doing that. Either way, we still do need about 30 experience, which is why I'm over here. I know that it's too impactful, seeing as I need everything I can get anyway. I also need to take out a few of these rats because they'll probably get in the way of fighting Frogmorton. Not that that's too difficult. As you can see, we're taking a lot of them out. Anyway, I'll actually readjust the time after getting done with the rest of the sheriff's quest. Speaking of which, I know at least one of these quests are bugged, so we can't actually do it properly. Thankfully, we get a pretty big experience dump, seeing as this guy kinda hands us a few quests that'll give about 1,500 experience for the vast majority of things. Either way, just pay that off, 1,500 experience. Alright, just lock one of them up. Can't actually talk to them out of it in the vanilla version. I might you get the experience for that, but I don't think I got any experience. Oh well. Not that that's too important. We just go to the Morningstar Mine and get like 1250 experience for talking to one guy. Okay, and now we gotta deal with Throgmorton, and this is where the game crashed because I had to run out of this particular area in combat because I kind of needed to readjust time because I started lighting flares. Thankfully, this should be a fairly simple fixing, as we're just gonna wait till morning and we should be fine after that. Anyway, let's start with the main building. As soon as we deal with a few of these rats. Okay, I think that's it. Either way, we're going to go over here and use our Jet Cure combo. Speaking of which, I definitely need to get Jet at some point. Open the door and get started. We need to disable at least one arm from each of these guys. Okay, that guy's crippled, this one's crippled. Okay, we need to disable Throgmorton and that other guy. If he was close enough, I could go and pick it up off him. Okay, you might notice I'm checking whenever it does say it crippled one. Sometimes the message says it cripples one even though it hasn't. So be very careful about that. Okay, and that should trigger all of them to run away because they can't actually attack. These two actually are a bit more dangerous because they actually have sawn-off shotguns. Thankfully, we actually outrange them because they only have, I believe, 7 range. So, technically speaking, we can actually use hit-and-run strategies, and they can't really do much about that. That said, if we can knock them unconscious or instantly kill them, that'd be ideal. Okay, knocked unconscious, we're just gonna run up and, I was going to say grab his shotgun off him. I accidentally took flare, but that's fine. Again, they're all disabled, so they can't actually fight back. There's 3 more down there. I'm also planning on dealing with Vault 15 in this particular episode as well. Because obviously I'm not overly concerned about it. Although I will say in Vault 15 we're going to have to pass a speech check so we can get the generator on before attacking them, because if we try doing it before actually fixing the generator, we'll actually need to light the flares to actually attack. You might notice that it still has the gun animation. It's just cosmetic though. Okay, there we go. I need to pick up all those flares I just threw wherever they went. There we go. Either way, thankfully there is a way to actually get most of these guys out of the corner. We just need to position ourselves in the right way. Let's see, we got 3 more. Actually, I don't think any of them actually ran out that door, did they? Look at that, I'm pretty sure those 2 and that guy are separate. I better go check. No, I may... No, okay, maybe it was these 3 I was thinking of. Okay, we're gonna have to take that guy out at some point. And said by standing over here, we should be able to trigger some of them to run away over there. Alright, that one's dead. That one's dead. I also got some flares I need to pick up over here because I missed. Actually, I missed quite a lot. Hopefully, we can actually trigger these guys to run out of the elevator. Well, he triggered Frog to do that anyway. I would attack him now, but he's kind of in the right in front of the rocks. Wow, that was a mess. Okay. And we get one of the HNKT weapons. I think that's about 6,500. And we can also get some combat shotguns. Okay. Hopefully we can trigger this guy to run out. No. No insta-kill. You know, I don't think I'll be able to collect my flares after throwing them in there because of the elevator. Okay. I don't think I'll be able to actually grab this guy. Yeah, the elevator's blocking me. Wonderful. How many did I lose? I used, I'd like to say at least 8. Let's see here, I think I lost about 10 overall. Not too bad, all things considered. Anyway, we got at least 4 more. Yep, those 3 and that guy. And I think we get around 3,000 experience for dealing with these guys. Without a scratch. Honestly, I think the first time I did this, I think the only thing that actually hit me was just some rat I didn't see because it was behind a wall. These guys, I believe, also do have thrown-off shotguns. Okay, and I gotta deal with that last 2 because there's that guy that just ran away. I'll wait until he's over here so I can get my flares back. We got one more to go. This guy could have been a potential problem with the combat shotgun. Either way, there's also mines in this particular area. Let's see here. I guess we're going to have to go around. Yeah, this'll work. Just need to be careful because there are mines. On his way, I didn't even see that one. The problem is I don't know how well I can get my flares out from this particular floor area. But if I can insta-kill this guy, that shouldn't matter too much. Okay, we'll just leave those ones there. I'd rather not deal with rats. There's only 2 of them anyway. Although I will say that that guy probably has a combat shotgun. Okay, another level. Not bad. 2 levels so far. And as I said before, I'm not going to bother doing the Wanamingo area. Believe me, it's not worth the time. It's absolutely awful. Either way, let's see here. What day is it? 29. Hopefully one of the caravans will be heading out. Ideally NCR. Vault City. I don't know. I mean, technically I need to go back to Gecko to get the things for the car. Because I kind of forgot to do that last time. Yeah, I guess we can go back to Vault City. Then we can go back and get the car at some point. Alright, I guess that's what we're doing then. Because once we get the car, things are going to be a bit easier because I won't have to lug around all the sewing supplies I got all the time. Okay, yeah, I got way more. Actually, I have way less than I thought. Not that much. We're gonna have to save load through this anyway. The main reason why I'm save loading is more because I may run into a situation where I just run into a bunch of Wanamingos. because you really don't want to save when you're doing a caravan, because it can just really mess the game up. Either way, let's go over here, and actually I can sell a few things over here anyway, because we can actually get a few flares from Vault City. Also, what is my repair skill at? 3-6? We may also get a few Dane's Electronics. Oh, of course I only have too much. Okay, there we go. I don't have enough room for that other weapon right now, but that's fine. We'll go to amenities. Hopefully get some flares. And we also have shotgun shells, which actually are pretty expensive. Okay, that is enough for that. There we go. What's here? While I'm here anyway, what's here? What is my doctor? I don't think I have enough for that. Now that's stated, I'm pretty sure I saved Woody, so we can turn that quest in Gecko. Yep, I almost forgot to grab this. Doesn't matter, we can read these. Okay, now we can grab that. Although I don't think I got paid for going to Vault City from the caravan, did I? Oh well. I think the Reading area only gets, or with that broken house, I know one of them doesn't really pay that well. I'm not too concerned about it. We can go over to Gecko and get the car part. That's not a good sign. Okay, we get fuel cell controller for the car. And now we can go back to the den and get that. That's something I should have done, but I didn't do in the last episode. I kind of forgot I had that. Oh well. Then again, I had a lot of things going on in that last episode. Because this is a re-recording, I was more discombobulated. Either way, let's go back to the den. And again, I don't mind encounters if they're in the daytime. If they're at night, I'm not going to bother wasting time with that. I don't even know if I can get them back from spore plants, so I'll just run from this one. Now see, I can take on the dogs just fine. It's just the spore plants I'm not entirely sure whether or not I can get them back from. If I can, I don't know how easy it'd be. Yeah, boy, light them. Not worth it. That's the main problem. It's really hard to tell when it's bright enough not to trigger that. Oh, we're gonna get the Bridge Keeper robes. That's not bad. Oh, this is pretty much combat armor without the let's see here, what do I not need? I think I can drop one of them. There we go. Only weighs 10 pounds, I believe. Yep. Pretty much it's combat armor without the radiation protection. I'm pretty sure that's the only real downside to it. Pretty much it has a weight and it has the same defense as combat armor. Come to think of it, I don't even think I actually got that in my last playthrough. Okay, I am concerned about that guy. He's got a 223 pistol. This guy, this one has a flamer. That one lost a turn. That one got insta-killed. And I think I'm more concerned about the 223 pistol. That one's done. Let's hopefully disable the one with a flamer. Okay, insta-killed. You know, I might actually use Jet just to carry these guys, this loot from this area. I'm glad this guy wasn't just one space to the right. I don't know if I could get back from that plant. Alright, right there. Okay, there we go. Okay, well. I insta-killed that one. Let's hear. I'm not too concerned about the combat shotgun. Mostly because I know this one's worth more. I don't want the flamer, that's way too heavy. Seriously, they're like, what, 28 pounds when they're loaded? I think that's about 1,100. See, if I actually had the car, this wouldn't be so big of a problem. Yeah, I guess we're gonna get rid of the armor. Yeah, we'll use 8 yet, and seeing as that happened to get cure, and hopefully that'll be enough to pick up the rest of it, and we can go get the car and put our access stuff in there. Again, I'm pretty sure the flamer is 28 pounds when it's loaded. That's gonna be a rather interesting run. I mean, the flamer does have a lot of good damage, but mostly because of how many enemies don't really have fire resistance. The problem is just the amount of weight it is, as well as the general range, because it only has 5 range. So that's gonna be absolutely awful. Alright, and we're gonna put everything we can't really hold right here for the time being, so yeah, that's pretty much flamethrower. And hopefully we can get some jet. Well, a few things of Jet, that'll be fine. I may have to go back to New Reno for Jet at some point. Okay, we can stop off at West Side and pick up all this stuff I left on the ground. You know, because I couldn't actually take it with me. Now let's see here and put all of this over in here so we can go to Broken Hills and sell it later. Likely Broken Hills. I was going to say, well, I'm going to maybe save up for something like combat armor in the NCR, but seeing as I got the Bridgekeeper robes, I guess that's not necessary. I thought there was something else there, but oh well. Anyway, we got plenty of fuel, we got sewing material, we have shotgun shells, which I guess I can go to Klamath real quick and hopefully get some flares from some of these people that sell things. Ideally, I'd use the shotgun shells to buy some flares. Well, that's good. Oh, well, not too important. Now it's here. Alright, let's start making our way towards the NCR so we can get that quest started involving Vault 15. I'd like to end at Vault 13 today. Of course, I should probably take a quick stop to actually get some more flares from Broken Hills. Okay, hopefully we can get double digits worth of flares when we're doing this. And that's probably the best. Now it's there, 61. Yeah, I guess I may as well refill. And we had to wait for about 5 days, so 28. Alright, 4 more flares, and we have 59. The main reason why I'm so paranoid is that, you know, I currently have 59 flares. That means when I'm using jet, I can actually use my entire supply in 4 turns, because that's 15 attacks a turn, which is exactly kind of a problem, because if I run out of flares, I need to stop and pick them up again. I should also mention that Bell won't actually trade with you if through dialogue if you do actually run away from a caravan. You agree to guard. I will say I had a very strange thing where it kind of said it was queer even though it wasn't. I really don't know. I honestly think that some of the enemies might have run off the map. But either way, that happens sometimes. I'm hoping to get at least 80 before moving on, but I do intend on getting rid of my entire stock of selling supplies that I currently have. I'm not too concerned about things like RADaway and RADX. Honestly, I think we're pretty much past all the miscellaneous radioactive things we're gonna run into. There's really not too many radioactive areas in the game. Either way, we got 79, so I'd say at least one more should be fine. Here, I don't need those anymore. Or that, for that matter. Honestly, I don't think we need a shovel at this point. I mean, you got Seymour the Plant, you got burying Anna Winslow. I think that's about it for a shovel, unless you do certain things in Reno. Ah, there we go. 10 flares. I added the money, oh well. I'm not too concerned about selling material because once we clear Vault 15, we're going to have a lot of it. Okay, we have over 90. 91 actually. Well, I was intending on selling my entire stock, but I guess we can save some of it for NCR, because there could be some flares in one of the market areas. Either way, let's get started. Although I need to clear the slave den in the NCR. You know, that'd actually be fine if it was daytime, because I'd be able to just plow through them, but not at night. I don't want to lose any more flares than necessary. Now, let's see, we have to wait until daytime. Unfortunately, I don't think Buster has any flares for sale. But one guy who does is actually right inside the city. Now, let's just pause and think about what exactly we're doing. Before I forget, I better talk to this guy over here so he can upgrade the car. I'll say that if I was planning for this a bit better and this isn't a re-recording, I'd actually get the Zeta scan here in the NCR. Oh well, not that that matters too much. I'll just get it when I get to San Francisco. Alright, and we have Weston, President Tandy. And let's hear if it is actually time for this particular guy to do his, yep, that it is. Let's hear. Actually, I have a high enough speech that I'm going to bump it up and hopefully resolve this situation peacefully. And we get 6,000 experience for talking him down. Not bad. I should have thought about that and actually sold that flamer. Seriously, that flamer really is way too heavy. Matter of fact, is this loaded? No, it's not. 18 pounds. When it's loaded, I think it weighs 10 more. I did also mention that this guy and his deputy in there actually do have a Gauss rifle. Or Gauss rifles, I should say. Alright, with any luck, we should be able to go to Weston Ranch, do a quick quest, and get a level up, as well as a perk point. Which I think we are about ready to get Living Anatomy, actually. I should also mention that Weston here actually does carry a Pancord jackhammer. I might do a run with one of those things at some point. Unfortunately, I don't really have the outdoorsman to get the alternate way to Vault 13. I think it requires at least 85. I think there's also some way to glitch out so you can actually follow them without it, but it involves doing this rather strange thing where you walk off the corner of the map. I'm not entirely sure how it works. Anyways, I think I read about that somewhere. I don't know, I might be wrong. Either way, we can just go directly back to the Weston Ranch. And get 1,000 experience. Which we're going to be getting Living Anatomy. I will say I don't know if my doctor skill is actually going to be high enough to get it, but we'll say at 55 and see whether or not it's there. No, it doesn't look like it. We'll say 60. Okay, there we are. Living Anatomy. That deals a flat 5 damage. Until we get up to 70 with that. Which will be helpful for the implants once we make it back to Vault City. Assuming, of course, we actually get combat armor to use them. As well as money. Anyway, let's talk to these rangers. And then we can talk to President Tandy. I should mention that before talking to this guy, or the sheriff actually, this door is locked. I don't think you can actually get in here without talking to the sheriff about a job and hearing from him that Tandy needs something done.
I'm Tandy, president of NCR. My boom. You're not quite what
I can throw flares, does that count?
You sound like we need some computer parts from our old Fair Enough. Do it.
Alright, and we are off to deal with those slavers outside the city first. Now, how difficult are they going to be? I really don't think they're going to be too hard. Last time I actually did this, the only real difficult problem I actually remember having was some of them could shoot in areas that I couldn't actually attack back from. I also reloaded for some reason. I think it's because I couldn't actually grab the flares from the fence. Not that matters though, we're going to be using this to actually do this particular combat sequence. So we're going to use some Jet and Jet Cure combo. And start a fight. Keep in mind that the vast majority of these guys actually do have single-handed weapons. Keep in mind that I do have living anatomy, so everything's gonna be dealing 5 more than it normally would. Which, when I'm using Jet, means that I effectively have a flat 75 total damage I can do per turn. Minimum for the vast majority of targets. Now that said, I am more concerned about these guys coming up because I need them to be disabled. That one wants to turn. Very good, actually. Make that one conscious. Okay, this one I need to disable. Or insta-kill, that works, and I can just grab that gun from that guy. And the other one wants its turn. Insta-kill. Wants his turn. And wants his turn. And now I can run up and I was going to say grab at least one of their weapons, but oh well. That one wants to turn. Wants to turn. Okay, we can actually grab both of them then. That's okay. Complain about that. Well, that one's running away, and that one's coming to attack. And I'm going to actually step one away just in case I do run out flares and I don't accidentally punch someone. Because that's the main reason why I failed this in the first one. It wasn't that it was intentional or necessary, it just kinda happened. Now I gotta pick up all these flares again. Alright, there we go. Can't complain about the amount of stuff I'm getting. Once we get back to Broken Hills, and we need a refill. That'll be very useful. Okay, there we go. Alright, and what's here? I guess science should be the skill I'm using then. Now let's see, I believe that is 8. Let's wait until the debuff wears off. Wow, that just isn't working too well. Unfortunately, it's a lot of luck. I really don't know how exactly they designed this. Sometimes it goes real easy and sometimes not. I don't think there's another alternative for this. Too bad this isn't like Star Trek Elite Force, or we could just shoot the panel. It can't be because I'm overloaded, can it? Oh boy. Well, I gotta deal with Vault 15, so if this doesn't go, I'll give it another minute, but if the doors don't open, I guess we'll deal with this in the next episode. I honestly don't know how exactly these doors work. If you fiddle with them enough, they should work, but it just doesn't seem to want to work. Well, I guess we'll deal with it in the next episode then, if I remember. I wanted to get that done because that's typically easy experience, but the doors just don't want to open for some reason. Regardless, we got quite a bit of selling material. Now one guy should be done installing the item for the car. Alright, let's go out and deal with Vault 15. It's rather unfortunate that didn't work. That's typically easy experience. Actually, I think that would have gotten us to around 70,000 experience. Regardless, let's deal with Vault 15. Again, we will need to pass a speech check specifically so we can turn on the generator, because we do need that on before we go attacking them so we don't waste flares. Either way, before we move on, we do need to wait until it's daytime. And we need to deal with these two. One has a sniper rifle. I should say to note that if you do actually talk these two out of fighting, you will have to fight through the entrance because they'll actually spawn there. I'm not too concerned about these ones. Oh, no you don't. Let's see here. Can we actually disable one of your legs? Oh no, don't run off the map. Okay, there we go. If Angie doesn't run off the map, that'd be problematic. And this one actually has a sniper rifle. And a shotgun. Honestly, I don't know why they programmed that one to run away. Seeing as she's the more dangerous of the two of them. And once we're doing something like a 1 action point or 3 action point run, seriously, the 3 action point run was absolutely awful. I think we got him actually. Let's see here, we still have 93 flares, so not too bad. Alright, and we need to speak to these two. $2,500 experience. Alright, and we take the Volt 15 card. Keep in mind that you will lose some experience if you try using the door without this. Kind of like the doors in the Duel, actually. That said, we do need to pass a speech check so we can get by to fix the generator before we go attacking anything. Thankfully, we do have a high enough repair skill to actually do that, I think. I'm pretty sure we need to actually check this with science first. Okay, 3,000 experience. Alright, now we can actually deal with all these enemies. I guess the first stop is the first floor. Let's see here. Yeah, I guess we better turn off this generator. This shield generator, force field. Anyway, let's go and deal with these guys. Most of them actually do have two-handed weapons. Okay, insta-kill. Not bad. And I think I stunned that other one. Did I disarm that guy? I don't think I did. No, I didn't. Oh dear. That could have been really bad. Keep in mind that this is just with 10 action points. I'm not using Jet right now. Okay, I need a storage area for all this stuff. I guess we can leave it here then. I'd rather them not be closer to a bed. Alright. Yeah, I think that's all the enemies here. And instead of using any amount of stim packs, we can just go to the doctor to fix our health. Problem solved. Now that said, I believe we should be able to get a few flares from here. Is that it? I might have room more than that. Oh well, regardless, we still have 88 flares. And I need to go back to Broken Hills to restock at some point anyway, so I'm not overly concerned about it. Either way, second floor. Wow. As long as I survive long enough to get to my inventory, I'm fine. Oh dear, that one wants fight. Actually has a rifle of some sort. There we go. Honestly, I'm kind of concerned about my amount of flares I have left. I don't even think they're able to attack. We do still have a chance to insta-kill on a normal hit. I gotta pick up about 80 flares or so. This is pretty much the main downside to the flare. You just spend way too much time picking them up again. That said, they are a great weapon, obviously. I mean, most things are either going to be disabled, crippled, or dead before they even get a chance to move, which is why the flare can be extremely powerful, but the fact that we have to effectively stop to pick them up every time we are running out is really not helping. Let's see around me. We got maybe a 45 to pick up left. Thankfully, there were May 17 in that stack. So we only need about 20. And we missed quite a few of them. Yep, I knew that was happening. Okay, I think I have about as many as I started. That's 4 left, so that's good. That's it, I still got it with one guy to deal with. Alright, there we go. And there should be a 223 pistol here, so that's some pretty decent money. For the sake of time, I'll just use a stim pack. And let's go to the third floor and deal with that. There's 2 over there, and 4 over here, plus 1's in that room, but I don't think they will actually be activated. Speaking of which, I think this guy has a melee weapon, so this one is probably the biggest threat here. And that one's done. Okay, he has a crippled leg, so he shouldn't be too big of a problem by the time he gets over here. I'm more concerned about these 2 off the bat. If I had bonus move, this would actually be going a bit better, because they wouldn't be able to do that. Yeah, they actually gave them the wrong type of ammunition, the vanilla version. They're supposed to have 10 millimeter, but they gave them 9 millimeter for some reason. Wow, I've been missing quite a lot. Okay, and that one is crippled. So this one in the back is the only real thing I'm concerned about. I guess that one doesn't have an actual weapon. These ones can only do melee attacks, and oh, I can't grab it. That's unfortunate. I'll have to just attack them. That's that I do need to make sure I step away from that guy. I think he has a Ripper, actually. Okay, that one's down. Alright, another level. 94 HP, can't complain. Yep, he has a Ripper. And that one has a hunting rifle. There's still one down there. I see a speed shop front. I didn't think there was. No, I guess there is. Alright, well, we have 85 flares. I did miss a few of them. I'm not entirely sure where they went. Ah, well, there's one right there. Again, you gotta be very careful about them saying you actually crippled them. Sometimes it doesn't actually register as a cripple. As stated, she did lose her turn, so that's good. And there we go. Alright, and we can deactivate the force field. I'm pretty sure they put a 10mm submachine gun in there as an Easter egg because there was actually one in the first Fallout in Vault 15 as well. Either way, let's see what we need to do to actually get that computer part. There we go. And again, I guess we'll just use Stim Pack. I mean, we got plenty of stem packs, so that's not too big of a concern. I mean, I guess I could increase throwing a bit more. As stated, it now costs free, so that's kind of problematic. Anyway, we need to disarm these two because they have assault rifles and we do not want to get hit by a burst weapon. This guy actually has a flamethrower, so if we can disable him, that'd be ideal. We made him lose a turn, that's fine. Preferably cripple this guy because of his power fist, actually. I think that one has a power fist. I forget what this guy has. Let's see here. And I think he wants his turn. I'm throwing my own players back at me. That's fine. Okay, 6,000 for insta-killing him. That one was his turn. And I guess we'll stand back and let the rest of them attack. Because now they'll just be throwing my own flares back at me. Which is actually ideal because that means that they'll actually be returning all those flares I'm using it to me. So if this guy wants to, no, that one's running away. That's unfortunate. Keep in mind that I have living anatomy. So that's a minimum 5 damage to most targets. It's also very necessary because that's the only way we're beating Frank Horgan. On that way, I can't find a critically miss there. Yeah, I'll wait until that one's out of the way of the exercise machine before I do anything to that one. Let's see, I still have about 10 flares to find or so. Yeah, but I know they would be here. Alright, I believe I'll end this episode after I get to Vault 13. Typically, I actually wait until after Vault 13 is cleared out by Frank Horgan before I actually turn in the quest for the NCR. Oh yes, I almost completely forgot to use the computer terminal. That would have been whoops. Anyway, I know that there's a lot more to be had, but I'm not too concerned about that at the moment, so I guess I'll just increase my strength and pick up what is here that I can grab. Wow, I got a lot more carrying capacity than I thought. Okay, we'll go back down and get some of the stuff from the second floor. Right there, where did I leave it actually? I leave it on the third floor. Oh well, new plan. I guess I'll just grab whatever I can.
If I need more, I can come back later. Alright, we'll talk to this guy again. And we'll get Vault 13 done in this episode. Let's see here. We need the computer parts. I guess I may as well win this after going back to Royal. And probably, I don't know, probably end this around the den area. I think in my original Player Only run I actually stopped by to clear out the military base before actually going back to a Royal, but oh well. Speaking of which, yes, I did actually completely clear out the military base, including the boss at the end in my original playthrough. I won't do that for this one specifically because I've already done it and my brother's gonna be uploading that particular attempt. But either way, we gotta go to the third floor and use these parts on the machine. I forget whether or not we actually need to use the parts or they're some kind of text. Regardless, you should get another experience for retrieving another level for retrieving the Gek. Anyway, that'll make 14. And we'll likely get our 15th level after turning in all the quests for the NCR. $9,000 experience total. I might do some of the military base, probably no more than the second floor though. The second and third floor, because I really don't feel like dealing with the boss again. It's actually pretty easy. The main problem is the death claws in particular just take a very long time to actually beat. Because you effectively have to throw, 51 flares to take one of them out? That's it. Just because it takes that long to kill them doesn't mean you can't still cripple them and pretty much stun lock them and disable them to the point where they're not a threat. Let's see here, we need one of them. There we go. Probably another one of them for refueling when we come back. By the time we get to the den, we probably don't need that.
The shattered arcs are always tricky. Did you know? Yes, you.
Alright, and that's about it. Let's stop by Klamath to hopefully get some more flares. Okay, we got one from that. Yeah, it's not really worth it then. Okay, well, I guess that's about it. So we'll end this off at the den. Probably deal with the NCR and some of the military base in the next episode. I really don't know what else I'm gonna do, because we're nearing what I would say is the end. We do need to go to Vault C to get the, I mean, technically we don't, even though we could get the combat implants, we technically don't need them. Either way, I'll end this episode here. That being said, I hope everybody enjoyed it, so everybody have a good day. Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Fallout 2 Part, I'd like to say 3 of my flare-only run, re-recording. Your discretion is advised. I will say I did attempt to record earlier, and unfortunately the recording stopped, because of course it did. Either way, we are going to be going to Vault City, and I got some selling materials. I'll probably Vault City, then Broken Hills. Probably back to Vault 13 to deal with getting the equipment, NCR to turn in the quest, and then probably the military base. So let's get started. I will say I won't bother dealing with the last 4 of the military base because they've already dealt with that in my first recording, and let's just say it took an extremely long time. Either way, we do need some amount of selling material so we can get some flares. Thankfully, I got plenty. Now, let's see here. What do I not need? Actually, I don't need any of that. Okay, there we go. That should be enough. I don't even know if I have enough money for the implants. Yet, even I will say that it's good that I do, but I don't know if I'll actually get my hands on the combat armor to use it. Anyway, we need to rest until morning. I'll go check the other shop before I leave. Either way, we have to go to amenities. As for which one, I think it's the first one. Yep, 4. Not bad. Actually, that would probably be better. Of course not. I don't think I actually have anything else I need to sell. Okay, there we go. The good thing about weapon-specific runs is the fact we don't need to worry about keeping other weapons, so they're all effectively selling material. Let's see here, we need to go down to the second floor and get the strength module. Thankfully, we have the Jet Cure combo. I probably need to go to New Reno at some point to refill. Actually, maybe I'll stop by there anyway. What's your Jet Cure is? Right there, okay. No, we don't really need anything. There we go. May as well take that to sell. And we should be able to access the computer terminal over here to actually oh, too advanced. Okay, well, let's see here. If I did have living anatomy, that... usually that's enough to, okay, there we go. I guess I didn't have a high enough science. Maybe because of the jet debuff. Okay, there we go. I guess I'll sell that metal armor to where we can get some stim packs. What is metal armor? I'd like to say that was 800 at least. I think leather armor is more expensive than metal armor, actually. I could be wrong about that though. I mean, regardless, we'll just get rid of it real quick. I mean, it weighs 35 pounds now that I think about it, so it's extremely heavy. Now let's see, 1100. But there were stim packs. Yes, there are. Okay. There we go. I always thought you had to talk to the doctor after studying the combat implants, but oh well. We got a few more flares. As well as check whether or not this guy has any. Yes, he does. That's gonna be an interesting run when we get around to using a sawn-off shotgun. I mean, it's a decent weapon for short range, but it only has 7 range, I believe, making it, I think, the second to least amount of range for technically a firearm. I mean, I guess you could technically claim that the Flamer's actually a firearm as well. So that's going to be an interesting run. Okay, we did Vault City. We had to go to Broken Hills. And downtown. And 48. Thankfully, we have plenty of fuel. Alright, let's deposit all those for now. Now, let's see, we need that. Wait for magnums. Alright, and hopefully that's enough for a while. We will put this in there. And now what I meant to do. That's what I did, isn't it? Okay, there we go. Alright, 3 flares. Yeah, boy. Hopefully this doesn't take too long. With their stim packs. And just 5 more. Well, I'm obviously not doing the Vault City alcohol run, so that's fine. I was going to do that at some point, but I just never got around to getting enough alcohol, I don't think. And boy, that's 7 flares in total. I want a lot more before I actually keep on going, so we're gonna be waiting another 5 days, so that's until the 16th. I wouldn't be surprised if we had to go back here to refill on more flares. It's there, we need more sewing materials, so those are fine, and those are fine, and that's fine. Okay. Okay, 21st. I'm doing this just because it's faster than using the rest function. At least I think it is. Well, say we will be losing a few flares for the military base. And that's actually because before you turn the generator on, the entire area is considered a dark area. So we'll be lighting some of our flares up. Only a minor nuisance thing is all we gotta deal with is a few rats. Also, we can actually pick up our flares after throwing them, which is exactly why I'm not dealing with areas like the Wanamingo Mines or the Raiders, because it's just really annoying to have to run up and pick up flares after you throw them, to throw the lit versions, to make sure you don't accidentally lose too many. Agent KP90C is 2500, I believe. I'm really not too concerned about Radix and Radaway. We've already dealt with the reactor, which is pretty much one of the only areas where that's actually relevant. I'm pretty sure there are certain enemies like aliens in the overworld that can actually give you some amount of radiation, but they're not overly difficult if I remember correctly. Either way, a few more rounds. So that's your 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay. Now we get to wait one more day. I guess we can't buy back them. Let's see here. Okay, that's what we'll do. Alright. Well, we can't complain about the amount of flares we're getting. We have like 36. But no, that does not count the one in our inventory slot. To be fair, I think that one I didn't actually remove though. We'll see how much we can sell those for. Wow, they don't sell for that much. $196 shots of 44 ammunition for a few flares. That doesn't sound right. Actually, I might save that sniper rifle for getting Jet in New Reno. What's your 12? Oh, that's good. Hopefully there's a lot of stim packs so we can actually sell something like that. Not overly concerned about getting supplied yet, but I do need, I'd say at least over 10. Okay, I'm gonna say one more round of this and we'll get started on actually going over to New Reno and dealing with that. I also have that briefcase that I need to turn in anyway, don't I? Yes, I do. Okay. Oh, 10 flares, that's nice. And we have 64 flares. Now, why is my lock picking? 16, yeah, I doubt it. Then we could potentially get some stuff from the Bishop area if we actually do that. Well, if it was a gang of thugs, they'd actually probably do that in the middle of the daytime. Okay, what's your second street, and we can go up and... Yeah, this guy got jet. Yes, he does. Okay. Well, I am kind of running low on jet. Now they're going to stop by Renesco's and see how much he has. Speaking of which, I'm pretty sure this bartender also sells it. Okay, we may not need to go to Renesco's. I'd say that's probably enough. I know I really need our 2 doses for like maybe 5 more battles that I can think of offhand. Honestly, possibly less. I may not bother fighting some of the other enemies like the Herbologist, just because it took I actually went and dealt with the she in the last time I recorded this, and that took a long time. Okay, we get 500, and I guess we can attempt to lockpick these areas. There's a magic 8 ball. Yeah, I do actually have a lockpick set. I'm not going to be overly concerned if we fail, because these are just for equipment anyway. I will need to blow up the military base, but there's explosives over there at the default, so I'm not overly concerned about them. Let's see here. I don't think they can actually see us lockpicking this other one. Okay, there we go. You know, I could go all the way back down and deal with coming back up again, but I'll just use jet and take it. I don't know if that 10mm is worth getting though. That definitely is. Actually, shotgun shells are worth a lot. Okay, hopefully Renespo has something to sell. Sometimes he also sells flares. Oh, that's nice. He does have flares. And yeah. Yeah, he also has cycle. Yeah, I think it's worth it just to get rid of that and save the rest of these for the smaller purchases, so it's here. Okay, and now we have a cycle as well. That's not bad. Well, seeing as I have a bunch of selling material now, I guess I may as well go back and start buying more flares. I know that it doesn't sound like I need to, seeing as I have like, what, 151 technically, but I want pretty much all I can carry for the ending. So we're gonna go back and buy more flares. Hopefully it doesn't take too long. Let's see, we need our selling materials so we can put our 69 flares up. So we got 160. I haven't restocked yet. I'll wait until daytime. There we go. Alright, 166. Wow, getting really bad RNG. You know, it's here. Wish they would stop giving me such low numbers. It's terrible that we keep getting low numbers. You don't even have any, do you? Oh, wonderful. Sometimes this guy doesn't restock for a while. I really don't know why. That happened during my first run, too. Okay, that's good. Well, I think I'm about out of sewing material, so we're going to be taking 80. Well, at least 80. There we go. Either way, we need to turn in a quest. Actually, a few quests for the NCR. Remember, I'm wanting to fight most things as long as it's daytime. If it's nighttime, there's no point because they'll be wasting flares. Let's see here. We need... Actually, I need to go to the bazaar so I can wait until it's daytime. Okay, there we go. I don't think you can actually wait inside the town. I don't think I stored anything in the car, did I?
Back, are you, stranger? So the job's done? Do we have that? So they finally got what was believed in fair pay day. Vault 13, what?
I did that in the wrong order. I gotta go to Vault 13 first. I forgot about that. Okay, and we can go to Vault 13 and see that the Deathclaws are kinda sorta dead. You know, because Mr. Horgan came along. If Horgan shows up, well, it's not going to end well for effectively anything. And let's see, we may or may not need to blow one of these locks up. I'd like to say it was one of the corner ones. Let's see here. I think they referred to it as an object. There we go. That is the one thing we need from here. I don't know whether or not it's necessary, but we'll take a look-see on the computer terminal to see what actually happened. And that's what makes Frank Horgan the strongest of all antagonists. He can break through censorship. Either way, we open the door and we leave, and now we go to the NCR in the daytime and turn in all those quests. It's running at 68. I'm probably gonna have to refill it after getting to the NCR. Regardless, it is nighttime, of course. Okay, now we can turn in all those quests. I did not mean to do that. Hopefully it's still far enough in the day to actually get in and see her.
Back, are you, stranger? So I've always believed in fair pay for day. Look, Vault 13. You earned yourself a bonus.
Okay, another level up. I think it's Park, yep. Ah, boy. Honestly, I'm not sure. I'm thinking that bonus move is gonna be something we're gonna need. So we're gonna be taking bonus move. I will say more criticals might also be helpful, but we do need to be able to move around in combat so we can attack things that are out of our range, as well as positioning ourselves without actually wasting any attacks. We'll see if this guy has any flares, because he does. Honestly, I don't know if I could afford combat armor. I mean, I could probably buy it, but I don't actually have enough strength to carry it. Carrying capacity, that's what I meant to say. Either way, after we turn that in, we can go over and deal with the military base. Let's get a small energy cell and put it in the vehicle. That should be 85. Okay, and we will continue. Again, I'm willing to fight effectively anything as long as it is daytime. Oh, no, I'm not doing that when it's that dark. Okay, there we go. There is where I don't want to go back to Broken Hills unless it's really possible. Oh, did you have to be in there? Okay, and we're going to use a door trick, where we just kind of stand here and let them funnel in so we deal with them when we're only being hit by one at a time. That's it, I'm really not overly concerned about most things. Keep in mind that we have living anatomy. So we're dealing a flat 5 damage as the default. I will say the fact that we're not getting insta-kill criticals, it's really not helping much. Oh, so many flares. On second thought, let's reload and we'll actually go over there and actually wait for them to go into an area. That's actually the best case scenario. That one's the more dangerous one. Either way, yeah, this is exactly why we're not actually doing that. It isn't that we can't beat them. Because all we realistically need to do is disable the ranged ones, which, as you see, seeing as those weapons are considered two-handed, we can very easily do, but the main problem is we can't do it if it's nighttime because we'll be wasting too many flares. I will say it's extremely lucky that if a super mutant doesn't actually just use rocket launcher off the bat. If you get one of those encounters and the super mutants fire rocket launchers, it's a pretty big problem. Either way, we're just going to stand in the doorway and let them come to us because I really don't know how many flares they'll be wasting if I actually tried doing what I was trying to do. It is possible I could probably get them all back, but oh, you would have to be in there. Okay, there we go. So we'll just wait until they come to that one spot so we can just pick them up while we're throwing them. I will say this isn't really an optimal idea, but unfortunately we need to pick up our flares so we can reuse them. Otherwise the other plan is we have to go back to Broken Hills and just stroll around waiting for the shops to restock constantly, but either way, I think this is a better plan. So we need to wait and let at least one of them come to us. Hope we don't get knocked back, because that may be a problem if we get knocked back. Best case scenario, they waste all their action points getting to me so they can't attack me. Thankfully, we got more than enough stim packs to compensate for the damage, but the fact that I'll probably be losing players if I don't do something like this is really terrible. Insta-kill. Okay, we can pick up free. That too, because I goofed on the trying to grab it. This wasn't really overly bad during my free action point run because everything just kind of came in here, this general area, and I was able to use a super swedge on them, but we don't have that this time. Of course, this is much better because they don't actually have to only have one attack to actually deal with the target per turn, and that was absolutely awful. I think that's it. How many floors do I have? Over 100? Okay, I think I got them all. Except for this one over here. Actually, I think that's the only one we missed. Okay, there we go. Now I don't have to go just going around the general area trying to get flares back. I need to hit this with a flare. And we need one of them. Okay, there we go. And we need to pick up this bar. Or pole. Of course we're at maximum. Let's see here. Let's move to an area where there's no foreground. And we will drop super stim packs, I guess. Anyway, I think this thing weighs 12 pounds. Okay, and we will save, pick up our super stim packs. Save again. And we need to turn this on. Put that there and push the cart. Okay, first try, not too bad. Alright. Save again. And that's 5,000 experience. I don't know if we'll level up before we get to the next floor. I know we will get some experience for fixing the generator. What is my repair at? 56. That's not too bad, I don't think. Only one rat. Okay, we'll bring that one over here, and we should be able to pick up our flares. Or rather our wet flares, because we gotta keep in mind that they are actually wet now. And here's the main reason why I don't want to actually use the go through the Wanamingo area or the bandit areas, because this is what we have to do. We have to pick up our wet flares and use them again, which is very annoying because they are separate stacks. Yeah, so we don't waste flares. Because I really don't feel like going all the way back to Broken Hills whenever I run out. I make no mistake, technically speaking, I could just take all my unwet flares and just chuck them all over the place to win, but I really don't feel like going to Broken Hills constantly to refill. To be fair, it is also possible I might have flubbed my original run because of the Wanamingos, just because I had to constantly go into my inventory to do this. It was absolutely terrible. I don't know if I can pick it up because of the pole, or rather the beam. So I guess I'll bring that one over here. I definitely have to move that one. Now right there, I do actually, yeah, I did use that book I did get. I think I got a book at some point. Okay, 1500. So we need about 3,900 experience. And at this time we can now use our unlit flares again without losing any of them. I will say that they're, the way these lit flares work are kind of inconsistent. They're supposed to go out, I believe, they're supposed to go out whenever you switch to the next cell, but sometimes they don't. I really don't know why. The toxic caves in particular seem to have that mechanic. I'm using these wet ones because I don't feel like losing any of my unwet ones that potentially to any of the foreground. Okay, let's see here. Let's switch over to our standard flares. I guess I may as well put that there and that there. And let's save and go into the next area. I'll only be dealing with the second and third floor for this particular run. I did beat the main boss in the bottom last time, but I'm not going to do that this time just because of the rather huge time sink. Because we had to take out the 4 death claws, and that took a very long time. Mostly because we only had living anatomy to actually deal damage with them. Anyway, let's save here. I know I keep saving rather spastically, I believe the term is, but it's kind of necessary. We want to either disable or kill these targets. Okay. I crippled that one's arm, and that one doesn't have any ammunition. Uh-oh, game crashed. Of course it would. Yeah, let's see if we can fix this. See, this is why I save constantly, just in case the game crashes. If the recording crashes, it's a major problem because I can't just fix that. That's it, let's try this again. Alright, let's go for an insta-kill critical. Wow, I'm having rather terrible luck. Okay, there we go. That's like, what, 3 misses? Don't fire. Okay, he didn't fire. I gotta get my flares back. I will need to deal with using Jet to deal with the rest of them. And I'm more concerned about the ones with power fists than the ones with firearms. Unfortunately, it's hard to tell whether or not I did get all my flares back just because of the way everything's positioned. And really, the only time the ones with firearms are afraid are if they get critical hits. That's effectively the only thing I'm concerned about when it comes to them. I believe we got our first power fist user coming. Alright, well, let's use Jet. And Jet Cure. Okay, insta-kill. And we'll just run behind the wall so this guy can't actually tag us. I need an insta-kill critical, preferably. Okay, there we go. I think that's one of the ones with a power fist. Now let's see if we can get our flares back. Okay, there they are. Right here, all of those are power fist users. Okay. Okay, and we'll run away from the other one. Alright, it's now unconscious, so we'll just take our time and, oh dear, that one was one of the ones with mate gun. Well, can't have that. Ay. I think that was the one I just knocked down. Wasn't it? No, I guess not. Okay. No, that one had flamer. Oh wow, it's taken out now, so no point in taking that. I will say the flamer is going to be a very interesting run just because of the rather large weight it has. Okay, there's more coming then. Because that definitely wasn't just for that one. Oh, okay, that's because that one got up. Okay, I was kind of getting concerned that I might accidentally punch him because of how many flares I was using. How many do I have left? I used about 25 of them. Well, there was 12. And another power fist. Okay, just a few more down here. Oh no, I can't let you have any ammo. Okay, there we go. I'm really not concerned about these guys, I'm more concerned about these ones. I was gonna aim for that one, but that bed's kinda too close to do that. That one's got a power fist. Okay, and we'll take that right off him. Hey, you can have that. Now it's here. I'm more concerned about those ones over there. Mostly because they actually have actual decent weapons. I'm pretty sure at least one of them has a laser rifle as well as another one has a plasma rifle. Honestly, I didn't even see that one. Oh, I don't think I can get him back. That's too bad. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's why he's still alive. I didn't even notice that. While they are actually coming through the hallway, I better go and get the power armor real quick. Now, I'd like to say it was the third one. Yep, here it is. Oh, and I actually have enough wait. Okay, there we go. And keep forgetting about the strength increase from Jet. I don't think we're getting any players from there. Okay, there comes at least one of them from over there. I'm more concerned that it might outrange me. Because if it outranges me, that's kind of a problem. Okay, there are a lot of them coming. Okay. this might be a problem. Okay, if we can, okay, that one is disabled. Now I got the other ones I have to be concerned about. Okay, that one's down. To be fair, I'm pretty sure there's at least one with a flamer here. That was probably that one. Okay, there goes that one. Alright, I'm concerned about that one back there, but the rest of them are disabled. I don't think any of them's left. Yep. Oh, it is that one that's the problem. Wait, unhurt, unhurt. Okay, and the rest of them are crippled so they can't actually attack. Okay, well, that shouldn't be too bad then. Yeah, I was right, that was the one with the flamer. Let's see. They should actually all run away. Which is good because I need to pick up all these flares. Alright, let's just pause and see how many we got. We have 90. So we lost at least 12, I'd like to say. Seeing as we still got these in and they're running away from us, I guess we may as well use them. Well, if we can get those back so we don't lose any more unlit ones, that would be ideal, but you will see. With your... I guess I could increase throwing. It isn't like I have anything else that I really need. I already got that piece of technology, so I don't need lockpick. So I guess we will increase throwing. Let's say until 160. I'll keep 24 points just in case we need them for later for some reason. Yep, and there's the debuff from Jet. It doesn't matter, we got better criticals. Unlike our free action point challenge, we actually do have a way to take them out. It's actually kind of helpful. Of course I am. And that's from the poison. Okay, much better. I think I lost about 6 flares. Either way, I guess I may as well get the super stim packs from here. Well, I'm here anyway. And normal stim packs. Speaking of which, I probably need to heal some. No, I don't because I rested. Okay. And we'll go to the third floor and deal with these ones. I may as well get the perception enhancement. I very much doubt we really need it, but we'll take it anyway. Okay, there's 4 rats. Okay, we have right there. There's two. On this way, I didn't know they actually had conversations. On his way, I didn't know they actually had a conversation like that. Then again, by the time I get here, I usually am in combat anyway, but oh well, you learn something new every day, I guess. That one's got a flamer I'm not concerned about. Let's hear. I'm more concerned about this one. I believe he has a plasma rifle. Or a laser rifle. We just need to disarm one arm. Oh, come on there. Well, we made him lose a turn. That's like substandard. And we're going to use the jet trick again. Lost the turn, so it's not a problem. Take the ammunition out. No, that one does have a laser rifle. That's actually significantly less concerning. But with the plasma rifle, it'd be a serious problem. Wow, 2 misses and rolling. 95% accuracy. I just hope they aren't gonna pick it up and pick up flares again and cause the thing to crash. Okay, that one lost a turn. Lost a turn. Insta kill, and we need to order that those ones right there in, so we can disable them. The problem is I have no idea how many flares I have left. 43. That's the turn. That one got disabled. That is the same message a few times in a row, isn't it? Okay, there was an insta-kill somewhere. Will I be able to get my flares back is the main question. Until I have 25. Oh well, may as well take down that one. Okay, insta-kill. And I think we're done outside of Mason Lance in the upper chamber. 10,000 experience. Well, let's see what flares I can get back. On the bright side, we do have a lot of selling material for Broken Hills when we go back there to get more flares, which is something we will need to do. Either way, yes, I'm going to leave the bottom 4 untouched, and that's mostly because of how much of a time sink it would be trying to deal with it again. Other than that, we can't do it. The main problem is actually the death claws. Because we're only dealing damage using living anatomy for them, it would take approximately 50 hits, I think, to actually take them out. Because I'm pretty sure they have something like 250 health, which is kind of problematic. I say problematic, it's not really problematic, it's just more annoying than anything. I should also mention that actually come to think of it, I guess I could take out the main boss. What I did in my original playthrough was I just disabled the main boss, and so I could actually fight his entire gauntlet without him using his laser rifle. Yeah, I don't know how many more floors I'm gonna get back from here. I honestly don't think I've seen that many more. I don't think I've gotten this one yet. I guess I could actually take out the boss anyway. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just go in and deal with his first wave and him. I'm not gonna go through the entire fight again, though. That's just terribly tedious. Let's just take him out, because that's the only one that's relevant. On second thought, let's just deal with his first wave. Let's just let him summon his first group of death claws, and then take him out, and then we'll deal with the death claws. I was just going to completely ignore this as a default just because of how much of a time sink it is, but I guess it's not going to be too much of a time sink as long as we don't actually take out all of his all of the enemies he summons. And there's that guy disabled, so we'll just stand back and let the death claws come. And we do need to make sure we cripple their legs. Okay, and with them crippled, we still got 2 more to cripple because he summons 2 more of them. Yeah, we'll disable them first. Either way, we do have to make sure we pick up our flares pretty consistently so we don't accidentally punch anything, because we gotta keep in mind they have over 200 health, I believe. And because they're death claws, we really don't need to aim anything, because we just need to deal damage. I don't think I did this in my original one, but the main point about death claws is the only thing that we really need to be concerned about is taking down their health. Because literally nothing else is relevant once you get them crippled. Now that said, I do need to take out this guy because I do not want to deal with the entire group again. Honestly, I don't know if those white smoke things are foreground or not. Last time these things effectively just went to the corners of the room. Okay, I am at maximum weight capacity, which means that we are, of course, suffering from withdrawal. Of course, why not? Which one was the one I was aiming for? That one. Oh, I can't pick them up because I have maximum weight capacity. Okay, that's fine. As long as I stay too far away to actually accidentally punch them, we should be fine. Okay, there goes the first one. And I am out of foils. Wonderful, I gotta pick them up again. And I don't have the weight capacity. Wonderful. Wow, it's your 125. Well, let's go over here and drop some things. $125. Well, I can drop those. Actually, I don't need to drop anything. We can actually use this container here. Now I actually had to pick up all these foils so I can reuse them. This is exactly why I didn't want to do this. Seriously, it was long and it was tedious. And I didn't feel like going. I really don't feel like going through the entire thing again. That said, I guess this is fine. I'll say that 2 action point debuff from Jet is really not helpful. Okay, we got 21 foils. How bad we wounded, severe we wounded. And we're out of foils again. Wonderful. Oh, I'm going to hope I can get my foils back from where it was last time. Oh boy, they run away. There we go. Oh, don't do that. And like I said, this was very long and tedious. It was way worse than my original playthrough though, because I also had to deal with the other stuff after taking out the Death Claws. Not that I did disable the main guy immediately. Because getting a critical hit by a laser rifle is just not a good thing. Yeah, make sure to stay back just in case I accidentally punch something again. Okay, there goes that one. Okay, there we go. If I can run away enough so I can disengage combat, this'll make things a bit faster. $1750 experience. Well, 5,400. You know, to end this episode off, I might actually help Chip. I need to do that for the ship anyway. I know I attacked this thing a lot more than what I got back. I can't really tell which one the weakened one, so I guess I may as well attack both of them. See, that's why I punched Frank Horrigan, because I was just doing that and I must have ran out of flares. To be fair, I wouldn't have ever ran out of flares though when I was fighting him to begin with if I didn't let the miscellaneous military unit help him. I actually took out the turrets once I got to the Enclave base immediately. Effectively save loaded until I insta-killed all the turrets, mostly because there's no other way to do that with flares. Because one of the big weaknesses to flares are machines. Pretty much anything that's considered a robot or a machine like a turret are not affected by living anatomy, which effectively means that because your damage output is so extremely low, you're probably never going to deal any damage. So your only real way to win is effectively to hope for a critical kill. more or less aiming for this one first, just in case they run out of flares. Because probably the biggest problem with this spot is the fact that this guy doesn't want to actually move. So unless that one actually moves, there we go. Okay, we need him to move further more than that. Okay, there we go. That must have been from the miss. See, this is why I didn't really want to go through this entire gauntlet again. Just because most of it was me trying to get enough flares to actually take out the Deathclaws. Actually, I didn't find any of the enemies here overly challenging in a practical sense. I mean, if they had Wanamingos in place of something like floaters, it might have been a serious problem, but they don't, so it's not. Okay, that one's almost dead. It'd be fine if that one went back to that area. Okay, we have 40. That should be enough for this one. I bet that'd be a critical miss. Boy, that fog must decrease your accuracy or something. Okay, there we go. Keep in mind that we effectively needed to do this to Horgan as well. Of course, the only real difference between Horgan and these things is the fact we have to disarm his arms first. Because if he has his weapon, his firearm out, and he gets a critical hit, we're probably dead. Okay, almost dead. Yeah, almost dead. Okay, there we go. 1750. Wow. Keep in mind this battle would have went on even longer if he summoned even more miscellaneous creatures. Can I get him back? Wonderful, it doesn't look like I can. Oh well, none of that matters too much anyway. We gotta go back to Broken Hills to restock at some point either way. I started with 102 flares, didn't I? Something like that. So I lost approximately 80. Okay, let's wait for the jet debuff to go out. I may as well get his laser rifle while I'm at it. We might be able to get some combat armor and get an M plant or something. Possibly two. Ah yes, a rather interesting weapon, the laser pistol. That's gonna be a rather interesting one to do. I mean, it's just so oddly placed, especially in the first one. I mean, in the first one, you're likely going to have a plasma pistol before a laser pistol because there's one in Necropolis, and there's effectively no reason to use a laser pistol over a plasma pistol outside of range. Because the only benefit the laser pistol really has is the fact its range is like 15 higher than a plasma pistol. Pride. That's also going to be a very interesting run, Super Cattle Pride. Of course, I think there is one in the first one as well. And to think of it, there's one in Necropolis. Either way, and that is the military base. I will say I didn't intend to actually do that main boss guy, but oh well, it just happened. Either way, I have 90 flares in the vehicle, and oh boy. Yes. Hello again, everybody, and welcome to part, I believe, 5 of the Flare Only run re-recording. I will say the recording gave out as soon as I finished with my inventory management for some reason. I have no idea why, but hopefully that doesn't happen again. Either way, as with our previous episode, we are going to be going to San Francisco and dealing with what we need to there. Let's see, what do we need to do? We can get healing supplies, I guess. Viewer discretion is advised, by the way. We need to talk to the Brotherhood of Steel. And I don't think we really need any books. I know we really need our stim packs and flares. Well, the super stim packs would be useful outside of combat, but I don't think we really technically need them. Because as long as we got enough normal stim packs, we're fine. Especially because we only need 2 action points to re-heal our entire HP bar. We could get some implants if we can get some combat armor. Regardless, let's talk to the Brotherhood of Steel guy. What was his name, Matt? Let this cutscene play out so the game doesn't glitch out. And they just kind of disappear. Alright, let's go and deal with the person with a spleen. I can't forget what his name is. Keep in mind that this... Oh wait, before I do that, I better get the get this started with getting an extra luck and intelligence point. Honestly, if I wasn't doing a re-recording, I probably would have gotten the increase at the NCR area, but oh well. And it isn't like we technically needed it. Speaking of which, I should mention that I'm actually going to be doing the hardened power armor way to actually get the fuel. That said, do I have enough money for that? Yes, I definitely do. Okay, well then. Well, say I could fight all these guys, but honestly, I did that in my original playthrough, and while yes, it is doable, I'd just rather not deal with the combat sequence. It just takes a while. Although I will say in my original playthrough, I actually took both these guys and the Shi out. Minus some of the ones in Chinatown. I'm pretty sure I cleared out most of the Shi. And it was just a real mess, and And that playthrough just highlights why I'm not going to bother dealing with a she. Because Chinatown just takes a way longer time. Although, to be fair, the only problem I can think of that actually happened in Chinatown was that one guy, the one arms merchant, ran up, punched my leg, and broke it. Which was the biggest problem I actually had with this entire area that I can think of. And it wasn't even that big of a problem, it was just more of an inconvenience. Okay, and now we need 8 intelligence and 10 luck. I think that's it, right? Right, 9 intelligence and 10 luck. And there's an additional luck point, so we now have 25 critical chance. If I plan better for this, I would have done this after going to Navarro, but so I didn't have to. How much am I? No, I expected to be overloaded, but I guess not. Well, it's their evening. Okay, now that we have that, we can give the hardened power armor to that one guy in the she area. Regardless, let's go and deal with the guy with the spleen. Because we do need to actually talk to the captain, and he won't talk to you until you do either saving that one lady from the bottom deck, which I guess technically speaking we could do that first, but I will say the Wanamingos in particular are going to be an inconvenience. Also, I don't actually have the flares to do that. Not on me, I think we got more in the car. And I need to get more flares at some point anyway. I do need to go back to Broken Hills. Because I still need to get as many flares as I can possibly carry. Let's see, we need to talk to this guy who will tell us where it went. And we conducted Dr. Wong. And that's another level. We do not get a perk for that one. That's fine. We should get a perk after we get around to visiting and clearing Navarro. Or rather, the bottom part. I'm not gonna do the top part. Technically, it's possible because you can insta-kill the turrets with a critical hit, but let's hear, we need to talk to the doctor. But it just requires a lot of save loading. Because the only way you're actually destroying a turret is with an insta-kill critical, because living anatomy does no damage, and just flat damage won't deal any damage. And even if you did get single digits worth of health on them, that's still not going to help, because there's the majority of the rest of them are going to deal, I'd say, a minimum 20 damage if they're pretty much far away, so that's not really ideal. Okay, and we need to rest. Oh wait, we need to wait for him to actually get to the exit grid. I should mention that this guy is where you can actually get more jet cure, assuming he's open. Assuming he actually stocks it, sometimes he doesn't. As far as I'm aware, this is the only person who can stock the jet cure in the game. Do I even need buff out? I could use some psycho. Actually, I don't think I have any buff out. I got jet. Oh, I do have buff out. Okay. Well, that's fine. We can use that, and that's enough for that. Okay. I should mention that this one in particular actually has 2 tables. Now that said, I don't know if she actually has anything worth getting in either of them for this playthrough. I think she sells mostly skill bucks. And I'm pretty sure stim bags on one of them has the same inventory we just saw. Oh boy, lots of stim packs. Alright then, he is gone, so we can rest. Ten more minutes and he should be back. There we go. And let's talk to the captain so we can initiate the choice of actually getting fuel for the tanker. Alright, there we go, and that should start the dialogue for that. Nah, I was thinking about potentially clearing up the bottom deck, but I don't have the flares for it at the moment. And technically I could go down there and grab the flare they already threw, but that's not really efficient. Let's see here, how much weight do I have? Yeah, I can carry quite a bit more. Thankfully, I do have a stockpile of flares, which will be very helpful. Alright. I could do with refueling pretty soon. As long as it's daytime, I don't actually mind fighting an Enclave patrol. Pretty easy. 4 of them right off the bat. And I used, like, what? I think I had about 82 flares, so that's like, what, 16? I don't think I will be able to get some of these flares back. That said, I got plenty of selling material out of them though. Keep in mind that I don't mind fighting things if it's the daytime. If it's night, it's just not worth the amount of flares I'd be wasting, because I'd have to go all the way back to Broken Hills to refill. An Avenger minigun. Okay, there we go. Not too bad. Wonderful, I think I lost some. That's fine, we'll get plenty from selling material once we get back to Broken Hills. Last pistols are 5,500, I believe. These ones are 2,700. Those ones are 12,000, I believe. Not cool how much the Avenger minigun will cost. Alright, and there's our second best armor. We're selling material. Why didn't I put the standard power armor in the vehicle? Oh well. Do I really need fuel? I might need explosives for the door. Why is my lockpick at 16? Alright, let's get K9 unlocked and free the Deathclaw. And because this is soundproof, we can take him out without any actual problem. How many flares did I use? 76. So I've lost 6 since the since a random encounter. Okay, there we go, 1,500. Now let's see here, we need to ask about the okay, there we go. Did the screen just flash? I don't like that. Alright, we need to talk to Quincy. And we had to talk to Raul. What there do I have the... I may have to drop something. We need to make sure we can carry the K9 unit. Oh, what's there? It was in a locker, wasn't it? I would clear out the top, but those turrets are the big problem. Although I really don't remember the game actually letting me doing it without crashing. Which is why I usually just leave this area alone. And leave the top part. Bottom part crashes less, which is why I usually am able to clear it. Alright, and we get vertebrate plans. 3500, not bad. Now what's there? We also need to fix K9 for that experience. Please note we don't actually need to fix it, but it's good for experience. Is K9 flawless now, or no? I forget. Yes, he does. Okay, we're just going to tell him to wait here. And he won't interfere because this room's soundproof. Either way, 4500 experience, not bad. And we are going to start a fight right here. The main reason why we want to start it right here is mostly because these guys outrange us. The ones with the rifles do. The ones with the pistols not so much. Actually, I think that one I can do that too. That one's unconscious, and that one's probably the only one that will attack this turn. Yep. As long as they don't get actual criticals, we're fine. Again, as long as we have 2 action points, we can effectively heal to full health, no problem. Game crashed, of course it would. You know, I could just keep doing that, but... Alright, fine. If it wants to crash, I guess we'll go through the dialogue option. What's here? We need... speech. There's 101. Actually, I think that might be enough. Let's pause and think about this. How do we activate that? I'd like to say we go to the cook. And we talk about that topic, and we actually go through and use the dialogue option to actually get through this. Because if the game's gonna crash, I don't feel like dealing with that today. Later, I actually fought things using that strategy in the first playthrough. Alright, and we get the pub. We can leave those cards there, and that is 3,500. Now level up. On this, we don't know what would be more useful, either bonus move or action boy. I'm going to say bonus move just for the extra range. If I need any more experience, I'll just go out and fight Enclave soldiers or floaters or centaurs or something. Pretty much anything that's not Deathclaws or Wandamingos. Keep in mind we can very easily take them out. It's just going to be way too tedious to deal with Deathclaws, and Wandamingos apparently don't give experience, so we can't really deal with them. But we do have the fob, we have the computer part right there. And all we have to do is get the fuel and clear out the tanker. I guess technically I could take some more equipment and for selling purposes. But oh well, we'll just save here. And let's go. Honestly, should I go back to Broken Hills to restock? We'll do that after, I think. Too bad we can't get dog mate. Oh, it's here. We need to turn this quest in for the Brotherhood of Steel first. And that's another wobble. $20,000 experience, not bad. Now let's go and get the tanker fuel. I believe it is this guy in the back. Okay, that's like 10,000 experience for dealing with that. Alright, and we can turn this into Dr. Wong. And I may as well increase my throwing skill. Well, buy at 180 for now. Okay. And because we already got the fuel, I'm not gonna bother dealing with the apologist. Yes, it's very easily doable. Listen, if we can dispatch 4 Enclave soldiers with them not really being able to do that much, then people who have less technology is not a problem. It's just not. Literally the only problem is critical hits. That's about it. Let's see here, we have 77 flares. Let's grab all the ones we do have in our car. Not to mention some selling material. We do need to get some more things. Let's see here, flares are... Oh, okay, that's why. Alright. And we got 107. Well, let's see what stim packs we can get, and I guess we're clearing out the majority of the bottom of the tanker. I'm not going to bother dealing with the Wanamingos. seriously, it is possible. It just takes a while and they don't give experience, so there's no point in taking them out. I should say that most Wanamingos don't give experience. Because technically speaking, the eggs do. And the reason why I think they do instead of Wanamingos is I think they probably copy and pasted the assets from the Deathclaw eggs and put them on the Wanamingo eggs and just didn't bother changing them from non-living to living. Either way, Tanker. And while it's still open, we may as well see about getting the stem packs out of this one. I'm pretty sure that was the upper table. She has lots of stem packs. I actually don't need a plastic explosive. Alright, let's go and deal with the bottom of the tanker, or rather most of it. We will see what happens. I almost forgot to put my force back on. That would have been whoops. Are you guys gonna start combat? Okay, there they are. Okay, let's try disabling this one immediately. You just need to cripple a leg, and that will cause it to run. Thankfully, we don't actually light flares. Okay, new plan. Let's just try for insta-kill criticals because that is just not going to help. Okay, there we go. And this is why we don't want to deal with Wanamingos. They're just awful to deal with. I mean, they're less terrible here because we, at the very least, don't need to light our flares. But, they're still pretty awful. Let's hear, we actually want to aim for the float sack of these things because they can potentially instantly kill it. Keep in mind, as long as we hit, we're dealing a minimum 50 damage per turn. Because of living anatomy. I gotta be careful because I don't accidentally want to punch something. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'll pick up flares while I'm waiting for them to come. Okay, insta-kill critical. If we get an insta-kill critical on this one, then there's nothing else. And we can showcase why we're ignoring the Wanamingle mines. See, absolutely nothing. Yes, I did clear it out in the first playthrough and it was awful. And the game didn't even register that I did clear out the Wanamingle mines, and I just kept re-looking over where exactly things were. I mean, technically speaking, I did miss one at one point because of, I think I crippled it and it ran into a corner and I just didn't really notice at the time, but the main problem is it didn't actually register when I did kill it. I don't even know what's attacking. But there I had about 102, I think. 96. I only lost 6 of them so far. Also, I think there's one that's over by the Centaur somewhere, but I can't seem to find it. Up there's that one. No, it's not. Okay. There's 2 of them. Okay. Alright, let's at least rescue this lady. And there's one right there. Okay, we get another 5,000 experience, blah. And we need 10,090. That's a very specific number. That's it, I may just run through the Wanamingos down here. There's no point in really fighting them if they're not giving me experience anyway. Just look at how many there are though. It's terrible. I can't get any experience from any of them. I know they're going to charge me like that. I guess I may as well take them down anyway, but just a pretty big inconvenience over anything else. If I just knock them unconscious or disable them in some other way, I'll just run through them. Okay, I disabled that one at least. Did I cripple his leg? I didn't think I did. Yes, I guess I did. Oh, of course you do. I was hoping that one would stay unconscious for the duration, but I guess not. Uh-oh. Yep, there is one more. Okay, done. And I don't get experience for any of them. Alright, then that's all we need for the Enclave base. That said, we need to get more flares. I guess someone walked out the map. On the plus side, we only need about 125. Before I leave, I need to actually get that strength implant. And so I can carry some more. Pretty sure I got that from Vault City. I think perception and strength are the only ones that are really important. Alright, selling material. Wow, that's cheaper than I thought. If I can actually get some combat armor, that'd be ideal. There's some. And always get the first one. I think Phoenix will probably be more important at the moment. Alright, and we need to store that and take some of these things out for selling material. And off to Broken Hills we go. Okay, 79. We should be fine for now. Okay, 9. Not too bad off the bat. Alright, 10 right out the bat. Not too bad. Oh, here is the 5th, 10th. Alright, 10. Not too bad. I wanted at least 200 before I leave for the Enclave pace. Might use one buff out during the final battle with Oregon, but outside of that, I don't think I need it. $15. Keep in mind we had to make sure it's daytime so the shop's open. Nines and tens, 3 in a row, not too bad. Right there, that makes 197 stim packs. I don't think we really need any more. Honestly, I doubt we'll need more than 50, but we will see. Nope, nothing. Not too good right now. Oh well. Alright, and that one's done. Ah boy, we need at least 66 more. I don't think I really need any lockpicks for the rest of the game. Okay, we won the fourth then. Okay, we need 50 more. 49 technically. Okay, so about 39 more. Thing is, it is kind of annoying needing to scroll through my inventory to get my money. I guess I can do that. Let's see here. Oh, where is it? Right here. Okay. And that should replace it up to the top. Okay, there we go. No, I don't think you have them. Okay, about 21 more. Okay, well, seeing as I'm using money instead of selling material right now, I guess I can put that in. Alright. Is there anything else I don't technically need? And there's super stim packs, which I don't technically need. No, I guess he stopped restocking for some reason. He does that sometimes, for some reason. Alright, about 10 more and we should be fine. I want a minimum 200 though. Alright, and we have approximately 201 left. Honestly, I'm wondering whether or not I should get even more just to, because we need a minimum of 200 just for Horrigan. Well, I guess just to be safe, we may as well get some more. Okay, there we go. Alright, and with that we got 211 flares. Well, I was going to say let's refill the car, but I guess it's already full. Okay. Well, let's go to San Francisco, and if we can get another combat armor, we'll get some, we'll get another dermal implant. Okay, I need, selling material. Oh dear, we need to use another container. Oh, it's here. Alright, and now that we have combat armor, we can get the another implant. And we already did the Phoenix, so we'll do the standard. Not to mention, I don't think we can afford either of the upgrades. Now let's get as many stim packs as we can. Bring him 1 pound off. Now it's here. Don't need the fob anymore. You can put that up. Alright, there we go. And we got 211 flares. Now what's there? Do I need to grab any of the super stim packs? Let's just stop by the car and see about what exactly we need. We can't get, well, technically we could get rid of the Gek until later, but I don't think that's really helpful because we need to grab another one anyway if we do that. Please note you can't actually drop the Gek, but you can put it in a container. Alright, well, I think that is about it. So we can go to the tanker and go up here and get in the episode once we get to the Enclave base. And I'm gonna skip this cutscene. 15,000. And for our next level up, on this way I'm split between more criticals and Action Boy. I guess we'll take Action Boy. Alright, well, we are going to save here. That being said, I hope everybody enjoyed this episode, so I hope everybody enjoyed this episode, so everybody have a good day. Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Fallout 2. Your discretion is advised. I did try to record this earlier, but the thing actually has a recording died because of course it would. Either way, we need Psycho and we need the Jet and the Jet Cure combo. And we need to deal with these turrets. How we're doing that is we are actually going to save right here. And we are effectively going to save world until we win. Because there is no way we're actually going to survive these turrets plus Horgan. It's just not going to happen. Or rather, it's not very likely to happen. You don't actually need to aim to have the potential of instant killing a turret. That said, we're gonna reload, especially if we can't actually get an instant kill critical. Because unfortunately that's the only way we're realistically dealing with this. Make no mistake, we could go and get the pass key from the president, but seeing as we can't actually disable them, they'd be helping us fight Horgan, and that isn't really the point of these particular weapon runs. Nope. Oh boy, I had a lot better lag when I tried recording this earlier. Okay, that's the first one down. I believe there's 6 of them. Okay, that was just stupid. Okay, there we go. Alright. If we could take these 2 out, that'd be ideal. Okay, that's 3 and there's still 4. And as you can see, this is exactly why we can't have them on. It's just way too risky for just their. I mean, looking at their straight damage, that's approximately low single digits to potentially 30. It's just not going to be sustainable to actually keep them alive. And we're doing we're actually getting attacked by them. I should mention that we can actually get our flares back from turrets, by the way. Okay, we can. I don't know why it's not showing the percentage chance. Okay, there we go. The only other alternative from actually taking down these... Oh, of course it would. On the bright side, there is only one left. Okay. Oh, how terrible. How many do I have left? 177. As I was saying, we can actually get our flares back, thankfully. That's it. Our only alternative for doing that would be to super stim pack the president, or take him out in some other way. I should mention for my Weapon Terror series, I'm probably going to do this with most weapons, except for the ones that I probably don't think it's going to be really possible to deal with. Like when we do the pipe rifle in particular, that's probably going to be absolutely awful. Mostly because you gotta reload after every shot, which is just going to be absolutely terrible. It wouldn't be so bad if it was like other weapons where it actually had the ability to attack multiple things per reload. I mean, things like the rocket launcher and the FNFAL HP. I don't know what it was called. High-powered something. I really don't remember what exactly it's called. For the main for what it actually is. Because the main thing about whatever that FNFAL special version is, and the rocket launcher, is the fact that yes, they do use their entire ammunition. The difference is that they actually have the capability of hitting multiple targets before in that one attack. The pipe rifle doesn't get that. Alright, let's get our Advanced Power Armor Mark II. Let's put up Fix Radio, which I've had and I just never gave to him. Get rid of that. Thankfully I got the Gex, so we don't need to deal with that. Now let's see, I'd like to say with this one. Okay, and that's a puzzle room. And that's the way I expected it to be worse, but apparently not. Oh, well, I don't mind the recording crashing last time anyway. I kind of messed it up because of the reactor. Because you see, what I actually did was I talked to this scientist guy over to the left to actually get some more experience, and it triggered the alarm, and I couldn't actually figure out a way to activate the reactor without blowing it up. Which I really don't think I can do too well because those guys are in there. Oh well, the recording crashed, so that isn't really too big of an issue. What is an issue is we gotta save the game, unequip this, make sure you're not directly over here, otherwise this guy will actually start a fight with you because you're not in power armor. Got down. Okay, and we put that back on. And we just increase flowing because I honestly can't think of anything else we'd be using it for. Alright, and we got 10 minutes. I'll say that there are good thing I didn't save after that. I forgot about the debuff. That would be terrible if I did save after that. I kind of forgot that I need a rest stop for the jet and cycle debuff to disappear. Okay, there we go. That should be good. Okay, there we go. Alright, there we are. Alright, and now we have to go out and face Mr. Horrigan as well as EC Company. And this is where I kind of flubbed it because I accidentally punched Horrigan. Which is exactly why I had to re-record this. And the main reason why I had to is mostly because I ran out of flares because I actually started fighting with these guys first. Which we will do. And we'll start to fight with them, or they'll start to fight with us. And we'll use jet and jet cure. As well as a cycle, because why not? I guess I can take a buff out. Addiction doesn't really matter. While I'm here, I may as well heal off that headshot. Anyway, as you can tell, he doesn't really stand much of a chance. On his way, I think I'm just going to wait a turn just to see whether or not I did cripple all of his limbs. I think one of his legs is not crippled. Okay, I have 103 free. We are gonna be here a while. It'll take a minimum 200 hits to take him out. That said, he won't actually be able to stand for the duration. As long as we keep standing back and that doesn't get too close enough that we accidentally punch him, we should be able to successfully do this. Yeah, very nice. Alright, I got 33 flares. Hopefully that's enough. See, that's why I was standing back, because I didn't know when I was going to run out for them. It looks like I just ran out of them. Either way, and Mr. Horgan is dead. I was trying to position him so we could potentially get the loot off his corpse, but it doesn't seem like I actually positioned that properly. Either way, I don't think I punched him. Either way, I believe that's about it for this challenge. And roll credits.
After the Enclave's destruction, the refugees of Arroyo and Vault 13 resettled, building a new community with the aid of the Garden of Eden Creation Kit. Finding themselves hundreds of miles from their vault, the members of Vault 13 chose to join the villagers in establishing a new community, and their technical expertise, combined with the villagers' survival skills, allowed the new settlement to grow and prosper. 2 generations of the same bloodline were reunited, and their savior, the Chosen One, became elder, presiding over the village in the years to come. Relations between the Slives and the residents of Modoc flourished. Between the two peoples, Modoc prospered and became a major farming community, supplying all the outlying regions with food. With Mesker gone, slavery disappeared from the area. Becky's casino bar grew quickly, and Rebecca Dyer's reputation as an honest casino and bar owner brought her the business needed to buy out her competition and expand. The den flourished, and it soon gained a reputation for being a tough but honest community. In the years to come, Vault City suffered greatly from raider attacks. Eventually, the situation grew so desperate, the citizens were forced to request aid from NCR. Within a month, a large detachment of the NCR's military was stationed in Vault City. The military presence quickly became an occupation force, and Vault City became the first of NCR's border territories. The Mordino family grew greatly in power as Jet's influence spread across Northern California. Within a year, they had seized control of New Reno and expanded their empire, absorbing the Den and other surrounding areas. There was little violence in the conquest, as Jet had weakened all resistance to Mordino rule. Though the Wright family never completely recovered from Richard's death, the knowledge that their killer had been brought to justice eased their troubled sleep. Myron died less than a year after the defeat of the Enclave, stabbed by a Jet addict while drinking in the Den. His discovery of Jet was quickly forgotten, and now there is no one who remembers his name. Optimizing Gecko's reactor created a power surplus in Gecko. The Vault City Council, unable to expand because of their limited power supply, yielded to internal pressure and was forced to take over Gecko to control the reactor. The peaceful ghouls of Gecko became slaves and spent the rest of their lives serving Vault City. The gold-producing town of Redding soon found itself in the unenviable position of a scrap of meat being torn by 3 jealous vultures. Sooner than many would have expected, there was nothing left of the scrap that was once Redding. For Vault City, New Reno, and the new California Republic had laid waste to what was once an area of plenty. Nothing now exists but the desiccated husk of what was once Redding. Shortly after your last departure, the powder keg of racial tension in Broken Hills exploded. Racist humans fought against mutants, ghouls, and humans who sided with the mutants. The few survivors of the battle destroyed the mine, ensuring no one else could profit by it, and disappeared into the wastes. Your help with Vault 15 launched the new California Republic's push to civilize its neighbors. Though there were many more obstacles to overcome, the NCR now had a foothold into the northern wastes. With the support of the new California Republic, the Vault 15 squatters soon became self-sufficient and productive members of society. By eliminating the death clause of Vault 13, you banished yet another species of the realms of extinction, proving once again that genocide is a viable solution to any problem. The Sidhe flourished, creating a botanical scourge on the radiation surrounding their beloved town. Though this vine could not grow in other soils, the Sidhe took care to nourish it in their lands. They continued to grow in strength and prominence, forming the basis of a new empire. As for the tanker vagrants, well, as vagrants do, they drifted on.
And that is the end of Fallout 2 Fire Only. Hopefully I didn't flub it. I wouldn't be surprised if I did. I'll walk through the footage though. I hope everybody enjoyed it. So, everybody have a good day.